to address the board on, we're going to be going over a variety of things on the agenda, but I think, anything off the agenda now would be a great time to address the board. So if you want to just, what's the board's feeling? I speak from the chair.
Whatever they're comfortable.
Whatever you're comfortable doing. If you would just give us your name and your township of residence or city of borough residence.
Is there no microphone?
Do we have a mic?
We do not. I mean, the microphone will be on that. We can hear them, but the laptop is where the Zoom is happening at. So.
Should we stand near the laptop?
Yeah, that's fine. Perfect.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Delantonio. I'm from Phillipsburg, Rush Township. I am here concerning the widespread lack of sufficient Republican ballots in the precincts. I know that it occurred all over Center County, but specifically it happened in the precinct where I vote. It happened after I voted, but I do know that the Judge of Elections had to ask for more Republican ballots at like 1:30 in the afternoon. This is a problem because I really feel like this is voter suppression. People who had to wait in line, maybe they went for their lunch break, didn't have sufficient Republican ballots. It didn't just happen there. I mean, I know of at least 6 precincts that I got the call myself, just because people know, that I'm following a lot of this stuff. I listen to every Board of Elections meeting.
Excuse me, can you take your mask off? We can't hear.
Okay. So, I listen to every Board of Elections meeting, so I'm very aware of kind of what's going on. So I was getting a lot of phone calls about this. I'm curious as to, what the formula was to figure that out. I know there was a formula. I know it's based on other municipal primary elections. I know it was not sufficient. What I am curious about, because I have listened to the meetings, on April 4th, it was discussed about the mail-in ballots and how many would be printed of those. There were, and I know, 37,750 mail-in ballots. What that number was 19,250 for Democrats, 9,550 for Republicans, 6,950 for other non-party affiliated. That number, being twice as many for Democrats as Republicans is interesting. I would like to know what the formula was for that, because for the November general election, there were 32,700 something or 32,906, depending on what place you see, which is also a problem because I don't know why your numbers don't match on mail-in ballots. But mail-in ballots, so what you took to figure out the number was, all right, let's take the number that voted in November by mail-in ballot, and let's go 100% plus maybe more than 10%. So you printed more than sufficient mail-in ballots. So you expected 100% participation of mail-in ballots, but the Republican ballots wasn't sufficient for this election. And I feel that that is voter suppression. I want to know how you anticipated how many people would, plan on voting. I'd like to know what that formula is, but I really would like to know what the formula was for mail-in ballots, because if we're going to go by a formula, it's in Act 77, what was the formula for the mail-in ballots? Because there is no history. There's no history on that. Really, honestly, this was a disaster. And there's many people here who will have other things that were talked about. But I do believe that the lack of sufficient Republican ballots was voter suppression. And, you guys anticipated a lot of mail-in ballots. I really anticipate this is such a problem. I think it's gotten statewide, possibly national attention. I anticipate some resignations. Thank you.
I'm Phyllis Austin, and I'm from Bellefonte, but I'm actually talking about the Benner Township location. Kathy Eby told me that when she went over in the morning of Election Day, there were 100 Democratic ballots delivered there to start the day, but only 50 of the Republicans. They called in and asked for more Republicans, and she waited hours before they were delivered. So I don't understand what that should have been. I mean, it's not that far away. They should have been brought over there immediately. So that makes me suspicious in itself. You know, why the suppression of Republican ballots?
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Brian Tolwitz. I'm from Rush Township, Phillipsburg. I was a poll worker. I was called in on this past Friday, the 17th, and asked if I would be able to help work at a poll. I've never done that before. I said, sure, I'd give it a try. I was told I would receive an email with some instructions on what to do. I never received that email. I showed up, I didn't even know what time to show up. I figured the polls opened at 7. I should be there before that. I showed up a little after 6. There was one other lady sitting there waiting to get in. She said she was called on Friday, and she actually got the email, but it still didn't tell her what time to be there. Said the instructions really didn't offer that much. Through the course of the day, we learned that everybody at the precinct where I worked, it was precinct 15 of Rush, it was North Central. Apparently, everybody that worked at that precinct in the past had retired or quit after the November election. Said they gave the board plenty of time, notice to get workers for there. I believe we all found out everybody there within the week, and there was nobody there that had worked that position before. Nobody really knew what was going on. Our judge didn't show up until about 20 till quarter till 7. We got inside and nothing was set up. We're flipping through the instructions on how to get started with everything. It was just such a cluster trying to get things going. We had people coming in ready to vote and we weren't even set up yet. At the end of the day, I took the instructions home with me to see if I ever do that again, to have a general idea of what was going on. I realized we were supposed to be sworn in. We never even got sworn in as workers to do that. Throughout the course of the day, we had unbelievable different amounts of issues. Luckily, at one point, one of the people that worked there in the past came in to vote, and she's like, where are your sample ballots? Where is your instructions? We didn't know any of that. We didn't have anything posted. We just got by the skin of our teeth. The judge that we had working in there, she was helping people feed ballots into the machine, touching ballots. There was talk amongst the workers in there about different political parties while there were folks in voting, talking about amendments to the Constitution, how the Constitution shouldn't be amended. We almost ran out of ballots. We had 2 Republican ballots left, like everybody else said. They did send us a packet of, it said absentee provisional ballots. That was supposed to start back at number 1, but there were 4 of them missing. So the packet already had some missing when we got it. I can't even think. We had so many issues. We didn't know properly how to shut the machine down at the end of the day. We only got 1 printout out of the machine. I believe we were supposed to get 3 or 4. I'm still not sure. I don't understand how, and I hear there's supposed to be training. We didn't even know about the training. I don't understand how something as serious as an election can get off with absolutely no organization or planning. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Shelberg and I'm from Port Matilda. I had to write everything down or I'd forget. So before I ask questions, I talk about the problems of the 2021 primary election. I want to ask about the recertification of the Centre County presidential 2020 election here in Centre County. I went online to learn more about the local elections and how they were run after having reservations about the 2020 general election. I wanted to see and hear for myself what the elected and professionals of Centre County had to say, so I began watching the recorded meetings, which were posted on the CCPA government website. I came across a few interesting meetings. One is the January 12th meeting where Commissioner Higgins made a public statement as a citizen of Centre County. He condemns those that are questioning the 2020 election and demand that talk to be stopped immediately. But in a later meeting, Betsy Depias admits that there was a problem and citizens in Center County had their votes not counted for the 2020 election. A memory stick was found with Center County votes that were not counted in the certified Center County report that was given and certified by the state of PA. She and Jody were given approval at that meeting to follow through to find out how to rectify the Center County vote. I wonder if it was my vote that didn't count. Later, on February 18th, at the Board of Elections meeting, Betsy reported on the response from the Office of General Counsel. This meeting is missing on the Board of Commissions meetings. Luckily, I saved that meeting to my computer. Betsy stated, the Office of General Counsel reported there was no clean path forward, and we may be required to file with the Commonwealth Court to report the discrepancy in the certified vote. Betsy and Jody were given permission to follow through and report back as this required, quote, immediate attention, said Commissioner Dersham. Commissioner Higgins, based on this past failure of our certification process, where some Center County votes did not count, and knowing that the important meetings are now missing on the website, and the fact that there was a failure to produce enough Republican ballots for our current primary election, I expect you to go back and make another public statement that there was gross negligence in the Center County election in 2020, and there's again by not providing enough Republican ballots on Tuesday. Commissioner Price, when I brought this to your attention yesterday at the Penn Stater, you could hardly recall this incident and did not know the outcome. Commissioner, every vote counts in Center County. Commissioner Dersham, sorry, I'm nervous. Your response at the February 18th meeting was that the missed votes require immediate attention. I expect you to give it your full attention. Failure to count all our votes here in Center County is gross negligence at a minimum. Removing videos that may be hiding the negligence is further disturbing to me. The failure to provide us with the appropriate number of ballots for Tuesday election is just too much. We deserve better than this. We expect a full audit of both the 2020 general election and the 2021 primary election.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Rogers, Gregg Township. I actually have standing in this election because I did a write-in campaign. I just want to come up here. I want you to see this. Let me take a look at that. See that? That number 87? Gregg Township. Is that Mr. Higgins? Thank you. Show the camera then. Oh. Mr. Higgins, Mr. Pipe, and Mr. Dersham, first thing I want to do is remind you that you work for us, not the other way around, right? I see you nodding your head. You're making notes. You're so involved. When are you going to start answering questions that we have about inactions that you've created and you've empowered? You know, I'm looking for the golden ticket. You know what the golden ticket is? What's the golden ticket? In Center County, how many voters did we have the other day? What was the number? So it doesn't matter. So the golden ticket is one of these for a Democrat. Didn't happen, did it? We didn't have a single instance in Center County where we had to switch, what was it? 29,000. We had it in precincts all over the county with the Republican side where we had to go to this. We didn't have not one. So people like this, people out in Gregg Township, they're looking at this meeting and they're saying, are these guys con men? Are they criminals? Or are they completely inept, right? And I don't have the answer. I mean, you don't want my opinion, but I don't have the answer because I don't know the three of you. I think you run a business. Do you run a business? Do you run a business? Used to. Well, in the business of elections in Center County, you guys are bankrupt. You're completely failing all of us. And what you're failing is the constituents who say, you know what, why should I ever vote again? And I know you probably want that, right? If you can disenfranchise voters to not show up at the polls, that's what you want. I get it. But that's not okay. You're running a failing business. It's bankrupt. It's unacceptable. I wrote a write-in campaign in Gregg Township. And on Wednesday, I called. There were 62 write-in votes. And I called, and the woman was very nice. I don't know who I talked to. She was very lovely. And she said, you know, at minimum, we won't have any answers for you for a week. It could be a lot longer. It's not that hard. This isn't, we had 400 Republican voters in Gregg Township, and you can't tell me for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month? What kind of business are you running here? A bankrupt business, a business that you don't care anything about. And how did I find out about this? I was outside the poll. I'm a trained poll watcher too. And I got there at 4:45. I was talking to people. I was watching people come and go, and I know a lot of people. A 21-year-old came out, handed me this and said, Coach, something's going on in there. I just had to vote absentee mail-in ballot, Republican. Why did I have to do that, Coach? I said, I don't know. She came out right behind him. 4 of them voted with this. Six of them voted with this. Remember, we're still looking for the golden ticket. Mr. Pipe, when you find it, you can call me up and we'll look at it. We'll put it out in the press for all to see. So Shazam at 5:30, 5:45, we're using mail-in ballots, right? Because why? Why are we doing that? Do you have an answer?
I was gonna wait till everybody spoke.
Okay, that's fine. You can wait. That's fine. So these people are disenfranchised and they're angry. And I said to the young man, did you report it? He said, no, I didn't know what to do, but something's going on. The kid's 21. He doesn't have a college degree, but he's smarter than you are because he knows something's going on, right? And so here we are. We had a fiasco in November. You've done nothing since then. I'd like to know where Kerry and Jake are. 1, 2, we got 4 empty chairs. Where are Kerry and Jake? Right? They allowed an election to be stolen in the state of Pennsylvania. Where are they today? We had a correspondence with Kerry Tuesday night. He said, oh, my office has been working on it since 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, what did you do? What happened? What happened is a bunch of Republicans had to vote like this and not a single Democrat did. And I want to know why. I want to know why I can't find a golden ticket. I want answers. And the people out there want answers. And you better get them answers before they rise up because people are palpably angry. They're angry, Mr. Dersham. They're sick of it. It's more of the same. And is it because your intent is to disenfranchise people? I don't know. I have no idea. Or is it because you're simply inept businessmen and you don't know how to run a business, right? And you're bankrupt. Because it's a real simple formula. If there are 1,000 Republican voters in Gregg Township, we know we're not going to have an 80% turnout. But what if the light switched on and we had a 60% turnout? We would get 600 ballots over there, right? And what would happen if we had to throw out 200 of them? It'd be okay. And people would vote and go home and think they fixed it. But you guys can't even do that. You should all resign. I appreciate your time.
My name is Theodore Danner, Potter Township. I ran for constable. We had the same exact issues that Tim Rogers just spoke of, but it was even worse than that because we ran out of those mail-in absentee ballots. We had to call up here and they had to print ballots up and bring them over to my precinct 71. And they were unnumbered. And they told us if they couldn't get those over to us, they would use the computer machine. So you'd have a line of Republicans going out the door using one machine. And if at 8 o'clock the door shut, we would have disenfranchised voters left outside the building. Luckily, those ballots showed up and they had to write the number in on the ballot. And it said, so whatever number, 127, well, above that, let's say 283, and it said AR, which represented absentee ballot, I believe, remote.
No, Republican, absentee Republican.
Absentee Republican. I mean, we shouldn't even, how did we get that far? We shouldn't have even been on the second option, which was absentee mailing. We should have had full on regular Republican ballots there. So, I mean, we had steps 2, 3, and 4 that they shouldn't even existed. Thank you. I agree with Tim. You should resign.
My name is Nancy Snyder. How did you advertise this meeting? You know how I found out? When there was so much chaos over the mountain, and I tuned on the TV, and I get 34 phone calls while I'm at the polls working. People don't know what's going on. And about this meeting, guess how I found out? I called Mike Pipe, and I get this recording because he wasn't available. If it wouldn't be for Steve Dersham, I wouldn't even have known about this meeting. I texted him and I said, when's the next in-public meeting that people can come, not virtual, in public, that we can come and speak? And he was kind enough to say room and the time and the place. So I hand it to Steve. He's the only one that showed up at when I had meetings over there about the police. Who went to bat when Cornell Geo was shut down? I didn't hear anything about from the commissioners here. You realize that there's 2 schools in Center County that were paying high taxes from that prison. But I didn't hear anything from the commissioners over here about supporting that prison or trying to help out over there. It's shut down. What are you going to do about it? I better not find illegal aliens over there, or you're going to see this old lady with a group of protesters. And I mean it. You guys really need to take this seriously. You can't handle people like a bunch of herd or people, hogs, whatever you want to call us, or deplorables. It's unacceptable. And all of a sudden, I was a judge of election for years. I resigned because I felt I could do better for the people, not for the party, but for the people standing outside. Well, you know what? I never dreamed in 1,000 years I would live to see that they would change the rules. When I was a judge, come 8 o'clock, who was in line, they voted. End of conversation. It was posted, it was tabulated, and we got the results. None of this business of 3 days, 4 days, a week, counting the ballots. It doesn't take a genius to know how to run this. And why was there only a certain amount of Republicans and a certain amount of Democrats ballots made? I'm telling you, what you should have done maybe was, if there's 300 registered Republicans, make 300 ballots. If there's 800 Republicans or Democrats, make that 800. Whatever thought in your head to just play God and say, well, only this many people are going to show up, so we're only going to do this many ballots. What were you thinking? You weren't thinking is the problem. And then you bring over these ballots. Why didn't you say, well, you know, the first person in line that's going to lose these ballots, put them in the machine. Then give the judge the authority to open that machine and see if the people that voted, it actually went to that person. You know, you can sit there and shake your head yes, and that's a good way of getting out of this mess, but it is a mess. And you really need to think of a different profession. I'm older now. I never dreamed I'd live this long to see such chaos and such political backstabbing. And I have friends on both sides of the aisle. Never. This is so unacceptable. People in good faith put you guys in office, and you left us sitting, hanging dry. Why did the rules change in the middle of the night, in the middle of the week? Is your political ladder so big that you have to climb so hard on the backs of your voters and your constituents? We are the constituents. Where are the politicians? I hope you read my letter to the editor. A lot of it was deleted. So how was this meeting advertised? Where did you advertise it at? I'm asking you, Mike Pike, where did you advertise this meeting at?
Okay. Typically, we let everybody comment when we answer questions. Yeah, it's a Saturday early comment.
CDT.
We don't buy the CDT because it's a rag. It's a liberal paper. I would never. They don't get any business from a lot of the people, and it's because the people don't trust the CDT. I wrote letters to the editor, they edit them. They don't even print them. Then they have the guts to say, do you want to have the CDT? I don't think so. We have a paper in Phillipsburg. We know how to read over there. We really do. So put it in the Phillipsburg paper, put it in the Gazette, put it in your free papers. And while I'm on my grandstand here, years ago, they put this emission gas tax thing. You know, they passed something over here and then they never take it off of the books. Why do I live in Center County and I can walk 4 feet to Clearfield County and I have to pay an extra $30 for that gas cap? Where's all that money going to? You should have used it to print more ballots.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm a retired police officer from this county. And what I'm seeing happening in my own county is viscerally upsetting to me. I've worked the polls. I know how it's supposed to work. Whoever put in the print order needs to be fired. And everybody up above them either needs to be fired or needs to be resigned. This is voter suppression. What is happening in this county is wrong. My question, which I know you can't answer right now, but I hope it comes out in the meeting, is do we have any Mark Zuckerberg money left over?
Yeah.
And if we do, why didn't that money go towards printing of ballots? I'd also like to know, in that meeting that I attended virtually in September, from my recollection, those sheriff's deputies were supposed to be tracking those ballots as they got onto vans and brought over to this county seat with their camera 24/7, just like evidence. Now, I, on election night in 2020 in November, went up to check one of those drop boxes. And when I went up to that drop box, I was pleased to see a deputy waiting for collection. We talked for a little bit, and I found out that they were not following the training that I heard, but instead they got out, watched the ballot transfer. And when the ballot box got onto the van, they were just supposed to travel in another vehicle. Well, how are we supposed to know there's not another ballot box to switcheroo on there? That's not an evidentiary sort of way to handle our ballots. That is sloppy. Also, she told me she's supposed to follow this over. Well, we backed off, me and my partner that were watching that drop box, and the van came and the van left and she didn't even follow it. So I went up and I asked her, I said, why did you not follow that van tonight? You at least do that much. She says, Michael Pipe's guys were on tonight. It was a little bit different. They told me I didn't need to follow it tonight. Why was that van not followed on election night 2020? I want to know what happened to those ballots. We do not have any confidence in this board right now. Thank you.
What drop box was it? Which one?
That was the one in Phillipsburg, right behind the magistrate's office. And by the way, those cameras do nothing. I can tell you as a retired police officer, you're not going to be able to arrest anybody for stuffing ballot boxes. That same deputy told me that not only her, but other deputies have seen these boxes getting stuffed with ballots, which is illegal. And it's happening right here in our county because of the Zuckerberg money that you guys took and the laws that you bent not being legislators. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No, Jen, you guys are covering it all.
My name's Chris Eng. I live in Ferguson Township. And I just want to echo everything that these people have said. I spent Tuesdays driving around, visiting polls and precincts, making sure everybody had what they needed from my end, to find out that they didn't have what they needed from your end. And Mike, I appreciate the time you took to talk to me on Tuesday at the Penn Stater. It is unbelievable to me how anybody can understand the steps and the process. You know, I stand there and look at it, and it's like a gazillion people doing a gazillion things and everybody just moving around. I'm following how the drop boxes, which I completely am against the drop boxes. And there's 1,000 different ways that that can be used for ballot harvesting, and who knows, all the variety of things that can happen right there, just sitting there. But then it comes over, and then Mike, you're kind enough to explain it to me, and then they put them in a box, and then there's like locked up, box closed, locked again, put in, brought over to Willow Bank Building. And then they're processed, the ballots are processed in the Willow Bank Building. And then from the Willow Bank Building, they're taken over to the Penn Stater. And then from the Penn Stater, they go through this myriad of things that have to be done and sorted, and this goes there, and that goes there, and these are filed, and these are put on sticks, and it's like 1,000 places that something can go wrong. And if you want us to trust the system, it needs to be transparent. It needs to be transparent. For example, not having a meeting only in the middle of the day. You know, people said, is it on Zoom? I can't, I'm at work. I can't watch, you know, a Zoom when I'm at work. I've got, the nighttime is, you know, the only time that a lot of people can go to meetings and have time to work something like this into their lives. I suggest that we do some sort of a commission. You know, this was all done, and I was part of a lawsuit against the Zuckerberg money. It's illegal. It was illegal, done in 2020, and it's on its way through the courts. And everything that I learned along the way, and it's for the courts to decide. This is just, you know, what I was told by attorneys, is that you don't give federal money to only certain counties, to only certain states in a presidential election. But that was done anyway. And it's a very convoluted process. I think Linda had tried to track at one time of where the money goes and where the money is, and you know, they all follow the money. So now we're stuck with, and I think it was a September 18 meeting that was like, okay, let's vote on it. Well, then come to find out, the Zuckerberg money had already been spent. Things had already been ordered. Ballot boxes, vans, you know, everything that we needed. It had already been ordered. So why even vote at that point if this money should be spent? And so it's a very convoluted process. And I'm sorry to say that over and over, but it's so confusing. And this expansion under the auspices of COVID has made this so difficult. And then talking to Commissioner Dersham, and it's like, what's the viability? And Mike, I asked you this question. What is the viability of running this type of an election in years to come? 5 years down the road, what are we going to have to spend for that Penn Stater? I mean, I can't even imagine how much the Penn Stater costs. I was thinking maybe we'd downscale a little bit from the presidential election to this election, but we're still renting the Penn Stater. I don't hold receptions at the Penn Stater because it's too expensive. We can't afford, Republicans can't afford it. And so I don't do anything there because of the upcharges. So I am proposing that we do some sort of combined, a bipartisan search into the process of elections here in Center County. This is not bipartisan. This is 2 against 1. And to me, everything is done up to this point in a partisan way. I'm not really questioning your ethics. I trust that you are, I'm trying to, trust that you are ethical and honest, and that these are oversights that you would be so rather uninclusive. And I just listen all the time in all of the Zooms about how disenfranchised, we don't want to disenfranchise people who have COVID or want to wear a mask or have health compromise, don't want to disenfranchise people who can't get to a voting place, who can't find a mailbox, who can't do this and can't do that. Well, I feel very disenfranchised. I feel now that does anybody care about me being disenfranchised? Or these people? And these are just the people who could come and, spur of the moment, because Mike, you were nice enough to send me the dates. And then I heard that some people are going, okay, let's put it out there and let's give everybody an opportunity to have a voice. And that's all we're asking, to have a voice, be part of the process, open the process up, make it transparent, answer questions, and let us know what's going on. We don't want to be adversarial. That's not our choice. We would like to work together because it's everybody's election. And I would think that Democrats would be equally upset that things like this are happening with their elections, because it's everybody's country. It's everybody's right to vote. And I would stick up for anybody's voice, their freedom to speak, their voice. We are disenfranchised because we can't say how we feel. People can't vote or go out and stand and put signs in their yards because how they are made to feel. I feel disenfranchised when I hear people say that. I can't put my political beliefs in my front yard. It'll get egged. Somebody's going to get fired. They're going to go to school and be made fun at. They're going to get this at work. I can't do that. Penn State, we can't say what we believe because we're going to be fired. It just goes on and on and on. And we've taken it a long time. We tried to play by the rules. We tried to be kind, thoughtful, patient. But Tuesday, it may have just been a little glitchy thing from some sort of formula, but it felt ugly. It felt like it was done to us. Didn't happen to the Democrats. It again happened to Republicans. So can we do something together? I keep saying, can we work together? I'm willing to do whatever I can to make the process better. That's all I have to say.
Public comment?
Is there anybody else?
I'll go up while they're deciding. I don't really have anything. My name is Kathy Cirillo. I live in Center County State College. I'm new sort of to all this. After the 2020 election, it really got me disheartened. And again, I don't trust the process. My comment or my thought is, I worked as a registered nurse for 30 plus years. I was responsible for people's lives under my watch. I couldn't say, well, I don't know how to do this, or, well, I made him, I didn't do that because I didn't know. I didn't know how to do that. I had a responsibility to reach out to my supervisors, to my coworkers, to ask, to read. There's protocols set up. There's staff meetings. There's all kinds of training. I couldn't say, sorry, it was a glitch, or it was this, or it was that. We'll do better next time. What if that patient died? I can't take that. I can't re-alive in that patient. I can't bring that patient back if I made a mistake. I was responsible. You guys are responsible, to make sure things are running the right way. Get training, train other people, whatever you need to do. But Chris was, you got to do it. There's no more excuses. There's no more, well, blah, 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 you got to do it. People's lives are at stake. It may not be in a physical, maybe sometimes a physical way, but you need to do better. That's it. Thank you.
So I do have two questions. So my name is Linda Scheckler. I'm from Spring Township. And the first question is, in the paper, you mentioned that this is an algorithm error and that it's very easy to fix. So I'd like to know how you plan on fixing it. Also, do you yet have unique usernames and passwords for the Shore system yet, or are you still all using the same username and password? Thank you. I'd like the answer to that too.
Anyone else? On it?
That's it, Steve. That's all.
Yeah, start off on it.
Can you take your mask off, Mike? Do you mind?
No,
I
I'm not
think you're
gonna
socially distanced there. Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
I'll speak loudly.
Okay.
I'll speak up. Yeah. Thank you. So I take full responsibility for the error, full responsibility for the error. And you all should be here, you all should be raising an issue with this, and we can do better, we will do better. It's sad how simple the error was. It was essentially where you had two formulas. I want to be clear, two formulas. First formula was developed. Yes, yep, got it right there. In Act 77 passed in 2019, we had two legislators in Center County who didn't vote, two or three, two who did. Instead of a formula that we needed to have ballots printed at a certain basis off of previous elections. So we looked at the 2015, 2017, and 2019. So there was a change in the formula. We then developed a spreadsheet that calculated that formula for the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The nonpartisan, we don't have enough records. They're not always on the primary ballot. They're usually on the general ballot. So we did the best we could, utilizing the totals from previous primaries. We had a referendum in 2014. We had a referendum. We had a congressional election in half the county for 2019. So we used all that data to calculate this formula to the best of our ability. On the Republican spreadsheet, what happened was the formula broke down around precinct 26. So precincts 1 through 24 have the correct formula.
15.
Right, so 15, so in 20, so for precinct 15, the highest turnout of any of the last three elections in the primary was 29 votes for Republicans. 29. In the odd numbers years, 2015, 2017, and 2019. So we purchased 50 ballots for that precinct. So the formula, or how it was used in this instance, that's how many. So yeah, you might have run short there, but that was not one of the precincts that had the errors in the formula. So what happened then was the precincts 24 through 91, the formula was off by 2 rows. Okay, so basically the calculation was for precinct 40, we were pulling from precinct 38. So there were certain precincts for Republican ballots that actually had way more ballots than they would be. And then there were certain precincts that had issues, 27 of them.
And who were they? I'd like to know the names of the counties that had way more. So please list them and itemize them.
The precincts.
Yeah, the
precincts,
precincts
yeah.
that had way more than they needed.
Okay.
So I want to know those precinct names.
Would you like them now?
Yes, that would be great if you have them. Who had way more than they needed?
Well, the way more, I mean, there's 87. We can print a list, right?
Okay, that
Can I
would be
print the
great
list?
of exactly
I'll-
how many.
Well, if you can have them now, because then it could go on record.
Sure. Oh, okay, so we have people on Zoom who like. So you want me to?
Yeah, we'll let Jennifer go.
And then you can print that list for us and we'd have it, each one of us, of what all the precincts had and how many extra they had based on their registered votes.
Sure.
How do we access the? Oh, there.
They just need to unmute themselves. They should be.
Jennifer, if you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hang on just 1 second, Jennifer. Let's see if we can. Volume. There you go. Okay, try it now, Jennifer.
Can you hear me now?
Very well. That's very clear.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Money. I live in State College. I worked in the Ferguson North 1 precinct 47. I worked half the day. I started at 1 o'clock. I got in and asked how things had gone the morning when I wasn't there. And they said, well, we got 200 Democrat ballots and 200 Democrat ballots and 50 Republican ballots. That resulted in a big hassle. They ended up needing to use the handicap voting booth for Republicans until they got the extra ballots in. I don't know if you can see the Zoom camera. I have my voting ticket right here. It says absentee mail-in ballot. We had people come in when I was working, question that, and they said, is this going to be a problem with my vote? It says that I'm voting absentee mail-in. Is this going to count? Is the machine going to count it? There were people that left earlier in the morning who did not trust the alternate system they were given. And
They said that they were going to come back in the afternoon. I don't know if they did. So the solution that was offered did not instill confidence in them, and they were disenfranchised voters. So later in the afternoon, we had an election office person come with the extra ballots. And like the gentleman said earlier, those ballots also had no numbers on them. And I asked, how are we going to record these voters in our voter logbooks? Because we put numbers next to their name in the binder and numbers next to the names in our logbooks. And they said, well, we can't write on the ballot, so I don't know how this is going to work out. The workarounds that were provided, I've heard excuses that said, oh, these workarounds were adequate. They were completely inadequate. The voters were not confident that their votes were counted equally as the Democrat ballots that were there that were labeled as regular ballots. This problem was not an election day problem. It was well before election day. And this is something that should have never happened. I did have a couple of questions. Is there any difference between ballots as far as counting or recount now that our in-person votes were on absentee mail-in ballot papers? I would also like a further explanation for the formula used. Why was that used this time? Also, are the handicap machines that people were forced to use, are they Dominion systems?
No, they're not, no.
Okay. So to wrap it up, I have always voted. I have no confidence in the system now. This was something that could have been fixed beforehand. This was a mess. And I call on those responsible for this mess to resign immediately. That is the only solution to this mess at this point in time. Thank you.
Sorry to make you move.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. That's the last one. Okay. All right, so the formula Act 77 put in place would be a additional percentage over the highest ballot, 10% in addition to the highest turnout during the last 3 municipal elections. And then what we did was for precinct 1 in Bellefonte, or actually I'll use gentleman 15. 15 had the highest turnout of any of the last 3 elections, primary municipal elections, 29. We then took that, added, did the 10% to it, and then ordered the higher total. So we ordered 50 now. What happened was, as the formula went through the page, it then, as I was saying prior, it shifted from 2 rows. So we then had precincts that were misaligned in terms of the amount of ballots that were being ordered. The total amount of ballots, so again, I'll run through the ones that were the formula was correct for and had more ballots than needed. I'll do the correct and then I'll do, so 1 through 24 would have been correct. 1 through 24. Where there was an additional amount of ballots, we would have had precinct 26, 29, 30, 34, 35, 38, 39, and 40, 43 through 46, 49 and 50, 54 and 55, 58, 59, 61, 62, 63, 66, 67,
And these are precincts that got more than they needed, or what?
correct, more than they need, yes, correct.
So they actually took a big precinct and dumped it into a little based on your error in your spreadsheet. So you had a math error in your spreadsheet and
Correct.
then was using other precincts number to calculate precincts, and then you just kind of looked at it and said, oh, well, these got more than they should have based on Act 77. So
Well,
we'll
no,
say we're.
let me, yeah, I
Go
don't,
ahead. So you were at 67 that had more ballots.
I want this. You have precinct 70, 72, 73, 74, and 75. 77, 80, 81, 85 through 88, 91. So again, based upon the formulas have the additional, I'll run through the ones that were at less.
And the formula was. So when I read Act 77, it says, however, we believe these minimums are way too low and that you should actually print way more than they tell you to print based on the 3 highest primary plus 10. Plus then you have to take into account that your registrants increased over from 83,015 up to 105,000 in 2021.
Say that again, the registrants.
The number of total people registered in either Democrat or Republican increased
Yes.
over 20,000 since 2015. So if you take the 3 previous municipal primaries, and you look at how many voted Democrat, how many you added on, you had to take into account the fact that you added more Republicans.
Well, no, on that point, the nonpartisans were why the 20,000 increase. Democrats and Republicans really kind of stayed the same. There were a few fluctuations, but the 20,000 increase was the nonpartisans. They weren't able to vote in 20.
Right, oh yeah. Well, in 2015, they did vote.
The nonpartisans in the primary?
Yes. There were, on your summary, I have it here if you want to look at it. There were 106 registered nonpartisan and 5,607 voted. That was a question I had. I was curious of how that summary sheet added up.
What races did the nonpartisans vote for in 2015?
That was the state college area school district.
That was 2014. It's okay, but let me continue. The ones that were less would have been, well, you could just say the remainder. Why don't we do that? So the remainder, the ones that were not listed.
Well, that would be easy for you, just so I didn't miss any numbers. Go ahead and list, because there's very few that were.
In this instance, I will say I'd rather just answer all, I mean, I'd rather take the time.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think it's best to take that, yeah. 31, 32, 36, 37, 41, 42, 47, 48, 51, 52, 53, 56, 57, 60, 64, 65, 68, 69, 71, 76, 78, 79, 82 through 84, 89, 90. So then, when we looked at the, yeah, those were the under the formula threshold.
I voted
Oh, go ahead.
precinct 72. And that's, I went over there at 1:30 to vote, but I got away from where I was working. And the judge there told me that she had already had to request additional ballots at 1:30 in the afternoon. So 72 definitely didn't have enough.
And they got more ballots than they should have, so something
Correct.
went wrong there.
Right, so based upon the formula that was used, even though we were pulling from a different line, they still, per the guidance of Act 77, we should have ordered 209 ballots for the Republican Party. We had 250. It was above the threshold.
But the threshold is arbitrary. According
Okay.
to Act 77, it's telling you, however, these minimums may not be even close. And this year when we had 3 amendments to our Constitution, 1 referendum, we had Supreme Court judges, Commonwealth judges, this year might have been unique. Also, after 2021, so they were really in Act 77, letting it up to you guys to decide what you think you needed. And your formula, was a mistake. So I've taken 25 or 15, 2015, 17, 19, and compared for Democrats, Republicans, what you've had listed about how many voted, and still you would have been short. Unless you followed, however, this minimum may be way low, and on important elections, you really should think about picking up the number of ballots. So if you read the last sentence of the Act 77 guidance.
So, okay, so let me go through so when we summed up the amount of ballots that were, again, should be through that column, it was 10,577. So we ordered 13,900 ballots. That's the total amount of ballots for Republicans that we ordered. So based on previous municipal turnouts, so the last three municipal primaries were 2015, there were 7,433 Republicans. In the 2017 primary for Republicans, 9,127 votes were cast. In the 2019 primary for the Republican Party, there were 10,806 total votes cast. So when we looked at the numbers of 13,900 of total ballots ordered, that's above any of the three turnouts that occurred. So just to step through that. So in addition, there were a total of 9,400. Well, let me go through it.
But are you taking into effect your number of registrants increase? So you're just looking at the number of people that voted. You need to understand that you have, so your formula needs to add a 3% increase for the increase in registrants.
Thank you, that's what we were.
So there's another mistake you better add into your spreadsheet. I highly recommend you go back to printing enough ballots per registered voter in the Shore system and not look at who voted last time.
Especially when Democrats get 3 or 4 or 5 mail-in ballots.
No, they printed 19. Look at how many mail-in ballots they printed for Democrats. 19,250. They had all the walk-in ballots, and then they printed another 20,000. Guess how many they printed for, or mail-in ballots they had for Republicans? 9,000.
All right, well, let's
So
stay
that's
on.
10,000
Let's
more.
stay on, let's stay on.
I have
We
to
have a
go
meeting
on,
to
but can I just
Yeah, we are conducting.
throw out that
You gotta keep on.
if you have a customer base and your customer base is 100,000 customers potential in the county, you're going to try and meet that customer base. Are you going to get 100% of those customers? You're not. But you know, it's 8th graders can figure this out if I went down to the Penns Valley High School. Quit playing games and fix it. Thank you.
All right, so in addition, so what we do then is in addition to that, we have the vote by mail absentee, civilian absentee, and mail-in ballots that we have ordered as well. So we had 9,450 of them ordered for Republicans. So when you total that together, you have a little bit over 22,000. Okay. So from that perspective, we know that if we need to deploy additional ballots in precincts, let's say we have the formula correct in terms of the lines match. What we do is if a ballot runs short at the precinct on election day, we have done this before many times. We will take the absentee ballots, mail-in ballots from the Willow Bank building and send a rover out to dispatch them to the precinct. And we've done that before. So I just want to say, so from the totals of that, we would be exceeding the amount of total votes that were cast on election day. However, in this case, you're absolutely correct. There were not enough Republican same-day ballots that were ordered. We had to essentially, through midday, send all of the mail-in and absentee ballots out for the Republicans, regardless of precinct, just get them out the door. In addition, we were able to look at the 3 precincts that when you put in the mail-in and absentee votes, there were 3 precincts, Benner 36, Ferguson 52, and Union 82. Those 3 precincts were at a deficit, even if you pushed out all the mail-in ballots, pushed them all out. So then what we did for those precincts was we identified the fact that we needed to start printing the on-demand ballot printing that occurs here at the Willow Bank building. That does not have a number on it, but the poll workers are instructed that they should be marking them in a certain way.
But did they?
They were trained to do so.
So we are going to do 100% audit, right?
Yeah.
Because we want to check all of this.
So in 2018, myself and Commissioner Dersham will remember this well. At the hub on election day, we had additional turnout. We ran out of Democratic or all ballots for the general election. We ran all ballots, but that's known as a Democratic at every precinct. So we had to essentially do the same thing. Have, I think it was provisional ballots, or it was certain ballots that we needed to bring there so that we could. And there were lines that occurred. There was extra, but it was just a turnout that occurred. So there is an additional step. Again, we talked about the need for a ballot on demand printing. The fourth category would be the provisional ballots. If there's for example, if it's 7:55, 20 voters show up, the judge of elections just didn't know that rush was going to come, they can pull from the provisional ballots that are in there, and the voter can vote a provisional ballot through the machine, and it'll count just like all the rest. So in terms of how we've done it before, we essentially just made the decision to flip everything to get the ballots out there. In addition, the poll workers, one of the things I think we're going to do going forward would be to have them place the express votes. One of the suggestions I would have would be to place the express votes in a prominent position in the election hall so that individuals will see it. They can be directed there if they'd like to vote there. Again, they don't need to, but that is an option where if we run out of ballots, we have a card deck, blank ballots that are given to the voter. They put it in the machine, they mark the ballot, and they put it into the DS200 machine. So that would have been another opportunity that precinct workers should have been saying on election day. Now, from a voter choice perspective, if any voters would have said, I don't want to do the express vote, I don't want to do the stack of the mail-in absentee ballots were delivered, I want to do an actual in-person ballot, that option did not exist at that point. However, any category of those other other four voting categories, their vote would have counted. It would have been from the data that we're going to be pushing out there from results, it would have still counted. So from those extraordinary measures that we have as backups, we just basically needed to just flip all the switches on and push them out there. So I do appreciate in terms of getting the formula back squared. And I think we've heard from other counties that they've had issues with running out of ballots. They used the formula that was in Act 77. And I think we're going to strongly look at just not using the formula and going back to just saying there's X amount of voters, there's X amount of ballots. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes. Because I can tell you from here on out, there'll be a lot more voters than you've ever had at any election.
So that's that, or that's a little bit about that. I know it doesn't solve your concerns. As we approach the general election, we're going to have to put out a lot more information and front load the process. I think it makes sense to put an advertisement for all of our election board meetings, including the testing of the machines, including any meetings we have prior in all the papers. So I think we can look at that. That would be a suggestion I think I'd concur with. Sure.
And one of the additional things we talked about is getting staffing for working at the polls, but specifically, doing the canvassing process. And people didn't know. People who work at the Will Bank Building told me, I have no idea. I said, well, how am I supposed to know that these things? And they go, we didn't even know this happened. So
they knew this happened. I don't know why they're saying that they knew this happened.
Well, I'm just passing along because I'm like, how am I supposed to do anything when I don't know what's going on?
Okay.
And I haven't been informed that there are these openings that, I just don't watch. It should be the website.
So,
There should be Republicans and Democrats at the polls and state.
Well, and that was another thing that I heard from people who worked at polls. Stand up, I need to.
Yeah.
Another thing that I didn't mention, but there's a lot of animosity. It didn't seem like a lot of professionalism in a lot of the polls. Somebody talked about coming in and some girl was sitting in, just a chair like that with her feet up, eating cookies and telling people to go this way with cookies in her mouth. And that, again, that's another thing that does not instill confidence when you see such a lack of professionalism. And again, to Michelle's point of getting it more bipartisan. And one lady that called said, she goes, I don't think I ever want to work here again because the people here were just rude. And the comments they made about people coming in, it was a clear animosity for her between the Republicans that were, well, she was the only Republican. Everybody else was Democrat there in a Republican poll. I mean, not that that should make a difference, but and then also I got an email and another person on like the Thursday or Friday before the election asking if I could recommend anybody because they were short people at different precincts. And it's like, well, that's kind of tough to do that because it says to me, I need a warm body, one, it says to me that somebody didn't plan for staffing and personnel, that there wasn't a backup. I mean, I've done placement and you always have a few in the backup, that I've got. And it also says that we just need a live body. Because I knew there wasn't going to be any training if you kind of get people in at that late point. They're not going to be trained. And like Brian said, he wasn't sworn in as they're supposed to be. When I first became chair, I made sure that I went through the training. Then Joyce McKinley did that because I wanted to know what had happened and how these people were trained and what happened. And she showed me the machine and we went all through that. And she said, come in anytime, bring anybody in whenever you want to have look at the machines. And there was a comment about that you made about nobody, we put it out there, we invited people to look at it, but they never showed up, as if, that like we had this one time and it's like, okay, I missed that email or let's work together instead of condescension. And again, I want to reiterate, I would like a bipartisan way of doing a deep dive and proving what, maybe that's through an audit, but I think going forward, the election should be a bipartisan thing. I've listened to some of the meetings of the Board of Elections. I didn't see my voice being represented there. And, and that's on me. I haven't gotten in, we haven't gotten in there. Well, that's going to change. So we'll make sure we're a part of the process. And we want to be heard and we want to work together.
Mr. Pike, have you ever considered having a training over the mountain? We're real people over there and we're shunned like I don't even want to say it, it's not Christian like, but I'm telling you, we're real people, we're voters, we're constituents. Have you ever thought of holding a training session over there? I've had a lot of meetings over there, and you know who shows up? G.T. Thompson and Dersham.
Well, I think we,
I think we are left behind, and it's time that we start, it's all of Center County that you're responsible for. And are you taking full responsibility for this election mess up?
Yes, I stated that, yes. Yes, it was my error, yes.
And you need to resign.
That's not happening.
Well,
Yeah, it's not happening.
then you better.
Things have to change significantly, and it's got to change.
Yeah, I appreciate that sentiment. I appreciate that, but that's not going to happen. And I'm committing to working to improving the process. Okay? And I will be here to do that. I have been here to do it.
Wait, I can't understand you.
I have been here to do it. I've been working to improve the process, but there are going to be mistakes we're going to make. This one is one that is going to need a lot of work to rebuild the trust with voters who felt like their voices weren't heard and we did not have enough ballots. I respect that, but there are things that we can do to improve upon that.
Big things and little things.
Yes.
Like one says, well, we're not allowed to hand anything out with your name on because that's a gift. But when I called over here and I said, can they hand things out or not? And well, I'm just a volunteer and I'm not really sure. Can you hang on a minute? Yeah, I can hang on a minute. Well, they said, yeah, but the judge should know about it. Now, last year, when one of the commissioners ran, or not the commissioners, one supervisor ran, one of our representatives said to him, you can't do that. That's a gift. So you immediately stop. And yet this year, we have someone running for school board, sitting right out there, handing out pencils with her name on. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Now, you either should or you shouldn't, but it needs to be set up in law. A yes and no thing. We can't be guessing. It's little things like that. And I think that person, well, I won't even say it.
My question is too, do we really feel this election was valid?
No.
No. So that's the
People went
question.
home,
Can
people
we
went home.
even take
What are
all
you
those
doing to
results?
fix it?
Not
Right
everybody
now,
got
in this
the vote.
election.
So again, talking about the measures, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but in terms of the measures that we've taken, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but those measures would have allowed everybody who wanted to vote. If they didn't want to vote on a specific in-person ballot, and they said, there's no more in-person ballots for me, I'm going home, that was their decision. But they did have the opportunity to either vote, they could wait, and I waited in line hours to vote before, they could wait, they
Yeah, but
chose
some
to.
people can't wait.
Well,
That's not fair.
Sure.
But there are people that cannot wait, single moms.
Sure. Sure. I
There's
do
plenty of
appreciate,
people
I
that
do
can't
appreciate,
wait.
yeah, if somebody came to the polls and wanted to vote right there and they only had 5 minutes, that was their choice. But We know when the election is. It's,
Gotta
I,
be fair and it has
yeah,
to be equal, that's
sure.
the law.
It wasn't their choice. It was
Fair
your
and it has to
fault.
be equal for all.
but there would have been
Not
other
just equal
ballot.
for Democrats, it has to
Right.
be equal for
You're blaming
Republicans.
the voter.
No, I'm
And
not
this is
blaming the
a-
voter. I'm saying that we had other measures available to them. If they didn't want to vote in the
They didn't
express
trust
vote.
those measures.
I know, and that's,
It's
yep.
bigger than just this one little thing.
Sure.
This is the kicker.
I'm not saying it's a little thing.
What happened to the 2020 election? Did you guys get that?
So that's
recertified?
that's on my list. I'm happy to go through. I'm just, yeah.
But if we don't trust that one, and then this happens,
Yeah,
what do you
yeah.
think is gonna happen in
So
the
the
general?
next
So-
one will be better.
So also, there were no, I want to stress this, there were no races that were compromised in terms of a race there was one vote.
That doesn't
No,
matter. I
No,
mean,
it does. It does matter. No, it
But
does. It is an important point to make. Yes.
Well, it's important to
your
you,
vote.
but regardless, it shouldn't happen.
It was
Whether
legislature,
anything is impacted or not, this shouldn't happen. And when it happens only to Republicans, it feels like we're being disenfranchised again. And so, yeah, okay, we don't really know that because some people said, what? You're running out of ballots or what? I mean, it's so embarrassed that would be what is being said about a process that you're in charge of.
Do we know the final count of everybody now?
No, we still have ballots to
And that's a problem.
Adjudicate.
We need to move up the timetable. So that's why we need to really have a
Oh,
chance to
good.
look at it.
You mean we don't know who won and lost any position for sure?
No, we have until Tuesday at 5 o'clock to to do the unofficial results.
If something's not broke, don't fix it, and it was not broke.
And have these comments.
Okay, so let me run through some of the high points on this. Just let me run.
Well, I want to answer how you feel that no candidate was compromised. You do not know that because people came, people got phone calls,
Sure.
did not show up at the polls. If my husband called me and said they're out of ballots, I wouldn't have gone.
If there were a race in any of the precincts where a candidate feels as if we can talk about that. We have not heard that yet. We can talk about that. So we can take that.
Well, the other thing is we don't have, there's still 2 boxes full of ballots there that we have not. adjudicated
Are we supposed to
yet.
be happy about that?
Well, that's the process.
I'm
now.
sorry, I
We have to
can't
deal
hear
with.
you.
He says they don't know the final count. No candidate could be upset that they didn't get enough votes because they still have all these to count. And my question to him is, should we be happy about that? That he still has all these yet to tell you whether we have a candidate that won or not in any of the races.
I got one write-in. It was a Democrat. And Tim Rogers, his whole and I could see it. I knew right away that I got a write-in from a Democrat. Tim Rogers, his whole campaign was write-in. He's being told he's not going to get an answer for a week. We can see everybody else was write-in. Why can't he see his?
So there are literally thousands of write-ins throughout the whole county.
Not in his township.
I know, but we don't just say, there's a process for that.
Yeah, and the election judge tells you this is how many write-ins you got, right? And you have that answer.
I can't speak to that. In terms of the write-ins, we have our staffing elections office to speak to that, but I don't know that in and out. I don't know if my colleagues do. I don't know the process. I think they start at 1 and they go through. So if he's in Gregg Township, they'll get to it.
How do you sleep at night?
Real.
I'm so disgusted with you. I'm just so disgusted.
This was happening with Democrats. You guys would be blowing up buildings in this town. There would be riots in the street. People's businesses burning.
Sure, okay. Yeah, I think, this has not been an easy last few days, and especially when I was notified this. And that's why I'm taking responsibility for it. I could pass the buck, I could say this or that or the other, I'm not taking responsibility for it. So let me just go. So Michelle mentioned with the missing videos, that's the first we're hearing about it. If we have a copy of it, we're gonna post it. We have posted every meeting, there's been no, I know. Then you flagged it for us, we appreciate that, but there's never
And
been
there's
any,
another one missing, the one where,
right.
where she originally talked about it.
So there's never been an attempt to say, take this video down or anything like that. If it hasn't been posted, our apologies.
Yeah, we'd like to go through your emails to make sure of that.
That's
But
fine.
That's
Yeah,
how bad
that's
it's become.
Absolutely, sure.
Because
Like
I
to
wasn't
see
even
the
gonna mention
email.
it, this is something months ago that I was looking into and wondering about, but now this happens on top of it, and you're like, wait, somebody's either in incapable of their job, or they're self-sufficient.
So we talked about the all paper and newspapers, putting that out there. I think that's something we can consider. The Center for Tech and Civic Life funds, we did still have about $8,000 left. And we did allocate that this year, and we spent it on a number of different things. So we did have some money left.
So you spent the 80,000, have you itemized that yet?
Yes.
Because we'll want to right to know on
Sure.
that.
In terms of the drop boxes, the system that we have in place, I know Chris, I think her name was Chris, she had to leave, but we do have a.
Jen.
Yeah, the Chris, yeah.
It's Chris, okay. That we do have on our website a ballot collection plan that we've had out there on the website for about a month now. You can go through, you can see how the audit of that occurs in terms of the security seals that are on there, the signatures and all that requirements. In terms of at Phillipsburg, I didn't catch from her whether or not that it was a sheriff's deputy who had left and not followed them back, or if that was there were two individuals who had emptied it, if it was workers, so we can follow up on that one. But all the audit logs are in our elections office. Looked at and checked. If anybody'd like to see that. In terms of the seal being put on when the drop box was closed and when it was opened here at the Little Bank. I think it's a great idea, Chris, in terms of that, having a bipartisan group where we could talk about the process a little bit more instead of having the conversations after the elections. I think the only times we've spoken has been on election day or the day after. So I think that's something certainly to look at. So those were many of the notes I had. So, and just to clarify, the difference in the ballot, if somebody would have voted a provisional ballot and on-demand printing or a mail-in absentee ballot, they all would have counted through the DS200 when they put it in. There's no other additional count. It counts as soon as it goes through. If it wouldn't count, it'd be spit back out. So I just wanted to run through those questions there.
So how do we fix it? So what?
I don't think you answered the question about the 220
Oh,
recertification.
okay. So as it currently stands, we sent a letter to the Department of State notifying them of the procedures we're going to take. On the agenda here is the fix underneath Amazon tabulate in-person election day ballots. That's the process there that we are going to follow for after this election. The board will perform review of the number of listed voters, general returns, results cast, results tapes, and the results for next night results for each precinct. So that's the process we're going to be taking after this primary, either today, tomorrow, to look through that.
And I think somebody mentioned an audit, or did you, or was it Jen who mentioned?
I
Was it an audit? It was
Yeah,
you. Okay, so they all.
so we performed a risk limiting audit for the 2020 general election. And then I think we're anticipating that we will also be participating in a risk limiting audit for the 2021 primary.
Did you say
Risk limiting.
Risk limiting audit, it was, I think Speaker Cutler in the House, Pennsylvania House has a bill that would mandate a risk limiting audit after every election.
So who does, I can ask who does a risk limiting audit?
I cannot remember the group that did it in coordination with the Department of State.
And where is that audit submitted then with that document?
It would be through an organization the Department of State worked with. I don't have it. I can't recall right now what it is.
That wouldn't be on your website
It's
or?
not, no, it's not on,
Okay, so it's
yeah,
not public
I-
access,
for the, which one?
the risk limiting audit?
What that is? Yeah, the Department of State has a webpage describing the process.
So
for
that's
that.
on the,
Yeah.
okay, list, okay.
It's some, yeah, I don't want to misquote the name of the group. Yeah. I don't know if they're going to use
That's the
them
only place to find it? That's the only place to find it?
on the department, yeah,
The US,
yeah.
okay.
Mr. Pike, whenever people request a mail-in ballot, it used to be they had to be out of the area or disabled. So did you just mail them out to everybody in the whole county?
That's horribly confusing.
No, that's all.
So how many mail-in ballots did you mail out?
There is a process for that mandated by law as well.
Yeah, it was approximately 10,500 vote by mail ballots were sent out.
That was absentee ballots.
No,
But they treat them the same. They
no,
call
I
them
can give
mail-in
you
and
the, I can give you the
absentee.
count. There are a few. They're on our website at centercountyvotes.com. There's a button you can click. The absentees where if they were requested online, it would have been 700. It's broken down into categories. There were 25, 788, and 174. So the total of that, whatever that would be, approximately about 1,000. It looks like about 1,000 absentees, and then for the onlines would have been the about 10,000.
So,
I'm sorry, 11,000. 11,000.
so you're mailing in ballots to people that haven't requested them.
No, they have to request them either online or via paper form sent to us.
So we can't go back to just absentee ballots.
The legislature could opt to do that. The governor, they could opt to do that. Yeah, the General Assembly could do that.
But then I received something that said that you'll continue to get it unless you opt out.
Act 77 created a process where a voter can elect to get an application mailed to them every election. And if they supply an email address on their form, they can also get emailed a reminder. So if somebody signs up to receive that, every February, they're going to receive a notice that they can reapply. But there is no process in Pennsylvania for a permanent mail-in ballot process. There is a process for a permanent absentee list. So there is a process where somebody can say, I'd like to receive an absentee ballot every election. It will be sent to them on. But that's for, mostly it's for permanent disability, a permanent disability.
I have a question. I'm not very intelligent because I'm a Trump supporter, Republican, so maybe you can explain the logic to me. Yeah, totally deplorable, so thank you for your time here. Can you explain the logic of me walking out to my mailbox, getting an absentee or mail-in ballot, and then this is the old way, going into the house, filling it out, and then going back out to my mailbox. Please explain to me why we had to add going out, getting my mail in, filling it out, hopping in my car, and driving over to a remote ballot box. Why did we add that in? It takes away from my logic, right, which is very dense, of course, of why we wouldn't just walk back out to our mailbox, mail where we got it from.
I know you're joking. I don't view you that way. Whatever your stripe is, I don't care. I don't. So I know. I appreciate you saying that. But I don't view it that way. I don't. Okay. In terms of the last year, especially from my standpoint, there were few options why we did this. Big thing would have been there was a significant concern about the delay in the mail system. So the drop box was an opportunity to the voter not have to go through the mail, which was potentially being delayed by a number of days. So as soon as that ballot would be put into the drop box, that would give them the opportunity to do that. In addition,
But we knew about this pandemic a year before when we did Act 77. We had a whole year to get these things, to the central payroll. We wouldn't have to worry about that.
well, no, the Act 77 was approved in October of 19.
Yeah.
So the pandemic.
So not like a full year, but
So, well, okay, so that was one reason. Another reason was there was a concern about having people vote in person on election day, so we wanted to give drop boxes another opportunity to vote. They were concerned about voting at the polling locations.
then they're being stuck.
Sure.
So,
So,
now
no,
that-
okay, yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I apologize for taking questions. I don't want to, if that's,
We're done.
Glad the camera cut off right now.
well, no, we have our Zoom cameras. Yeah. Yeah, and I'll.
I noticed, you advertise this in Center Daily Times. Anybody here reported for the Center Daily Times? Anybody? Reporter? No, I don't think so. Yeah. No, I can see how the media is representing us here very well. Thank you, everybody.
We take your comments very seriously, and I have to apologize. I spent most of the day on Tuesday trying to chase down the ability for people to have ballots available. When this occurred, it was very important to everybody in this organization, including my colleagues, to make sure that everybody had the chance to vote. We were back printing ballots, distributing ballots all day long. We had rovers. I delivered them personally. We did everything we could do given the circumstances. I've worked a lot of elections, and I will tell you, there's very few perfect ones. And it's a tough process. The processes that are in place as of last year have exasperated this whole process, if you will, not much more. We have tried to tried to learn from our past mistakes, and certainly this last year was a difficult one. Hopefully, moving forward, this was a glitch that should not have happened, but it did happen. We made the best of it, and we made every legitimate effort we could to make sure that everybody had a ballot to vote on that day. And whether or not that was the perfect system, we all agree it's not. But moving forward, we certainly will take all this to heart. And I know there's a lot to learn here, and we continue to do that.
What are you going to do about it though? So being sorry for it, knowing, and doing everything you can to work hard doesn't solve the problem that now we have a vote that we disenfranchised a lot of people by not having Republican ballots because people called home, people told people, don't leave work, don't take your lunch, don't do this, they're not coming. I don't care what you think, whether that's real or not, it is real.
I'm not arguing. I'm not
going to my polling place and standing in line for an hour, waiting till you print off here and bring them over to Clearfield or over towards the Phillipsburg area. If you think I'm going to stand in line waiting for a ballot, you're wrong. And you just took my vote from me.
Did you not vote?
I did vote. I was first in line. My number was 2.
I just wanted to make sure you.
Yeah, I was in Spring Township, so I did get the vote. But it's the rest of the people that you have feel that it's fine and it's okay, that you can just apologize and move on and let the results stand as they stand. It's not good enough.
What would you suggest?
I would suggest that we hold a new election.
It doesn't work that way, I'm afraid.
Then we need to have an open forensic audit. Not a risk limiting, but an actual forensic audit. Actually, I just sent them what risk limiting audits is and the evidence base, all that.
So just to be clear, that a full forensic audit usually looks at the result of the election, where there are contests that are disputed. Are there any contests that you're disputing?
You don't know. You don't have the results out yet.
Well, we have 99% of the results around. Yeah, 99%. There are some ballots that we still need to.
I'm not convinced of the results.
Yeah, I'm not
But
convinced
that's
of the
not my
results.
question or my statement, but we do know of a 21-year-old college person that went to vote. They didn't have a ballot for him. And so he didn't know what to do.
So,
So all he did was fill out the back, the questions on the back.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. We did have a ballot for them in terms of the, again, express vote, if there was a mail-in absentee that was being deployed, if they had a provisional ballot that we could have opened up as well to give that to the voter. So we did have those other options, but I just want to say, we did have a same-day ballot for them, because I think that's important too.
The important part is the young person goes in their first, second time voting, and they're already confused and probably nervous about going in. And they're told, oh, we don't have your ballot, but here, we're gonna do a provisional,
Right.
and you can still vote, but actually, I think it was a Democrat. They gave him a Democrat ballot, and so he was confused and didn't know what to do, so he turned it over and just voted on the back side. So he voted for the questions, and that was the only thing he voted for.
What precinct was that?
I don't remember. Yeah, I remember.
Okay, if you could let us know what precinct that was, so we can, what we'll do is we'll be able to open up the ballot box and see what.
That's just like one that we happen to know about.
No, I know, but it'd be nice to confirm that.
Well, just, in seeing the training or lack thereof of the precinct where I work, I'm just curious, what type of training the other precincts actually received. If the judge at other precincts or the workers actually knew to tell people if there's a shortage to go through the express vote or anything like that. I mean, there needs to be some clarity for the voters that are coming in to know that this is the procedure and this will count. It just seems very unorganized, everything all the way around.
We have a director who trains our poll workers, and so we can do whatever, however you need that question answered, we can direct.
Yeah, there wasn't a single person working in the poll where I wasn't had any training. Our judge allegedly read through some pamphlets and that was the extent of it, so I mean, I'm
What
just
precinct
guessing
was-
what might be.
What precinct was that again?
It was precinct 15, Rush North Central.
And I just think it's extremely important that if you don't have the training, poll worker gives out a Democratic ballot when the person is a Republican. I mean, that is like,
Not good decision making, right, honestly.
yeah. I mean, that should be a non.
Yeah,
That is not the appropriate way to give a voter a ballot, absolutely. You're right, absolutely.
I need to leave, but I want to thank you, and I do appreciate listening, writing down, kind of, you know, feeding back to us what you've heard. And how do we follow up?
Yeah.
What
How do we
happens
know
next?
what's going
Are we,
First thing we've got to do is finish up this election. So we gotta
well,
get.
then, when you
these-
finish this election, I guess my question is, yeah, I do want this election finished. But where can we agree that the next step should be? Knowing that we're going to go someplace and someplace.
I think we will call, perhaps if my colleagues are in agreement, a special meeting to have this conversation about a path forward. And let's move ahead so that in the general, we iron out a lot of the issues. And we're gonna need a lot more participation because one of the things, and I'll tell you the story, and I've told it 100 times before, but in 2008, I was at the Hub and we had, you wanna talk about training? Training doesn't matter if nobody shows up. We had probably one of the most intense elections in our county's history where I had half my poll workers not show up. And to remedy that situation, we deployed literally dozens and dozens of Bellefonte High School students to become poll workers. They've done a tremendous job since then. So there are creative solutions to just about every situation, but this is a job, and unfortunately, it only happens twice a year. And some people, they tell you they're serious, they tell you they're all in, and when they get there, they sometimes are not. And we've got to come up with a better system to legitimately understand this process from both ends. Some people have been doing it for years, some people have been doing it for hours, and that's what we have to work through. And that's just one of the issues that I see here that needs properly discussed and rectified. And we will do that. So. we
Thank
take
you.
your comments
Yeah,
very
what
seriously.
I can do to help and working with you, Steve, as the head of Board of Elections.
We will make sure that.
The meeting in the evenings instead of during the day.
Well, that's another thing.
And we will make a legitimate effort to at least periodic. A lot of our meetings have to be during the day because it just seems that we're all here at that time, but we're going to have to expand that as well. And I do appreciate the fact that evenings work better for people.
Thank you very much.
That's all right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
So with, is there any other public comment before we move into the adjudication of the absentee ballots and the mail-in ballots? Want to see if we get
Yeah, so they're watching via Zoom, and I let them know once we were concluded with public comments, they could come over, and they're gonna bring over the, everything underneath item 2 there, and also item 3 as well. So they're gonna bring.
Does everybody have one of these?
Yes. No, I do not.
Yeah,
There's more over there.
Okay. Essentially, this is a loose schedule of what we're doing. If we can get more done today, we will. If we get less done, we'll be doing more tomorrow. So we have to wait for our staff to get here.
They should, I mean, if you'd like to, yeah, they should know.
How many military and overseas ballots do we have? About 10?
We had 10 requested, and we've only had, I believe, 5 returned.
4 or 5 returned.
Yep. Drew from ESNS is also.
Okay. He's gonna we have, some of the same day ballots that were dropped off. We haven't got through yet.
Where are these ballots from?
So these two ballots are from the vote by mail processing room at the Penn State. And if you'd like to look at this, you're more than happy to. This is just a chain of custody form that is signed by two individuals at the Penn Stater. That we seal it up with security seals. They have numbers on them. And then what we do is we verify that they're the numbers, and then we cut the seals.
So they're mail-in ballots, or they're just regular ballots? What are they?
Mail-in and absentee. Thank you. Did you give the water, Steve?
I'm all right.
Thanks. Thanks.
These are the ones that showed up that day. Want to describe the process of the maturity of that issue?
So and do we have a DS200? I'm sorry. Are you putting that in? Oh, I can't see. I couldn't even see it. Okay. Sorry. It's right there. So the suggestion that I would make is if we would basically open these up and then allow our staff to start running them through, that might be a good way to do it. And then we could start looking at the item B and item 3 as well.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
But you three want to. Let's go through the whole chain of custody process.
Since I was at the Penn State, I probably should verify.
Yeah, if you can give them a little bit of room there to answer, that's we're going to be running a lot of ballots through. One of the other challenges we had is when some of the mail-in ballots, when they're folded and creased, don't read through the high-speed reader on election day. So we have to bring them down here and actually run them again.
Because that person putting it through get notice that it didn't get read?
Not yet.
At this point, since the ballot and the return envelope and the signature name are separated, we don't get ballot.
Yeah, we don't. We really don't have an identifying. Some ballots aren't identified.
They're separated already.
Yeah. Yeah, they tried to run them through the machine and they got kicked out. So the high-speed reader is a little more fussy than these are. So we try to run them through here.
Why do you use the high speed?
Because we just have such a volume of them up there. Now, one of the things that we're going to be doing is one of Drew. Yep. One of Drew's colleagues who was here on election day showed me a process that they use in California where they actually take bottle jack and they take it's like a big steel pad on top and bottom, and they press the ballots with a hydraulic press and literally flatten the ballots out, and they go through the machine so much better. You can do about 520 minutes. And so I think that's something we're going to look at for the fall that will eliminate a lot of that polling issue, because what happens is the creases go on the timing marks on the, if you see those black dots on the outside of the ballots, those are called timing marks, and that's how the machine kind of identifies what ballot it is. And if you crease on top of those timing marks, then you have a reading problem. So we're hopefully going to resolve a lot of that through that ballot press problem.
Also, there was mention that there was one area that was using Sharpie.
Well, it's not ideal. It still should work, but the other comment it bleeds off on the other side. But so, Steve, yes.
Oh, do you mind? I was going to suggest if you and Mark, just because I was at the election, it shouldn't be me, right?
Read the. I'll read the. We can put that on here because we can't do anything. Right. Okay, there should be 21071.
Okay, I think that's
and 21053.
You want to put your email down here or, okay.
Oh, there we go.
I'll send you all.
So, yes, I have 21053 in my left hand and 21071 in my right.
Okay.
So cut them off and show them on the online. I'll pass them around the room, but they're sharp edges. So you have to be
Okay.
careful.
Show them to the camera there, Mark. 21071 and 21053.
Oh, that's you.
There we go. That's 5-3. Get that right reading here.
So this is all for Center County, these two.
Oh, yeah.
21071. So we'll pass them around. Look at this. Careful on the edges.
Just looking at numbers.
21071 and 21053. Okay, you got that one?
Yep. Want me to open up the other one too?
Just sharing. Oh, so
You ready to open up the other one?
You want to open up both of them?
Oh, yeah, please.
I work with the secure field.
You should have 21051, 21034.
The size on everything, and they're about reliable.
Yeah, I have in my left
You took a
hand,
top secret laptop out of the lab, you gotta have
21051,
it sealed with tamper
and
proof.
in the right hand, 21034.
That's correct.
No, we really do need to get a piece of get rid of this boy. I agree with you. You showed me.
Whoops. There we go. 21051.
So that's the
This was her, this is her right here. Made it through the school year without it.
21034.
Okay, do we have the DS200 that's ready to roll back there?
So, what's the numbers again?
Those were 21051 and 21034.
So in box one is going to be all of the ballots that were not adjudicated
And one down here.
on Tuesday. So there's a majority of them are going to be there. And box two is going to be whatever we had on Wednesday. Yep.
Which
So-
one do you want to process first?
We can do it chronologically. It's,
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do the bottom box.
Oh.
Yeah, that one's
gonna be
that
real
one.
heavy. There's not a whole lot in there. A few more on this one. It's still not too bad. All right.
Are you, Jody, are you ready?
You ready?
I'm ready if you're ready.
So there's going to be a stack of ballots in there.
Okay.
So we can just let them know.
Oh, pretty nice label here.
Yeah, so you want
Take the ballot.
Yep.
Improperly marked
We want to bring it over to the air.
Or the naked balance?
Yep, we got naked and improper.
Here's the, there we go. There's the box
One
with
of
the,
one of the challenges that we have through this process is folks that don't do the process according to.
the improperly marked envelope.
naked ballot.
Yeah, they didn't put their ballot in a secrecy envelope. So it won't.
Didn't have the-
No, they had it.
They
They
had
just
it.
forgot it. Yeah.
They just use it.
Some of them created their own envelope, but that's unfortunately we can't do that. And then in this stack here are ballots, about 350, 370 ballots who are the ones that did not read through.
That's because of creases on the contract.
Correct. That's correct. Yep. Yep. So the way that we did it is, I'll put them. The way that we have it. For every stack, they're in precinct order, 1 through 91. They're also separated by each. I just ripped that right now. They're basically every batch that has an issue, they would essentially print the name of the scanning team or assign this name of the scanning team, the date that issue occurred. And then the issues team that we had, the Penn Stater would print and sign their names to confirm the issue. So essentially, all of these ballots were attempted 3 times through DS450, which is a higher speed version of that one, and were not read. So the thinking would be they would try them in the DS200, maybe they all rip through, and
Maybe not.
yeah. So I would just suggest as we're doing it, just kind of putting these in a pile. And then as they're doing that, we could work on these.
Yes.
We might thought, okay.
We have, the ballot issues have to be gone through literally one by one. And in the case of the naked ballots, it's pretty clear that if they don't return it with that secrecy envelope, that's pretty much disqualified.
Okay.
So,
What kind of exception would be that it would
it would be in a secrecy envelope in this case.
Clerical.
Yeah,
Oh,
we have some improperly marked ballot issues, which are entirely separate. We'll do those next. And this won't take very long.
So do you want both of these problem ballots from day 2 as well? To do them both now? You want to do that? Or you want to do them day 1 and then?
Let's do this.
Just do this one?
Let's
Okay.
these right now. Yeah, let's keep this simple. That way we keep it organized. All right. Now, are we gonna need somebody from the elections office to track it or work here?
Yeah, that would be great. Maybe
What?
if Tisha could peel off for you, but it help out over here.
We're gonna go through the naked ballots and the problem.
Okay.
Improperly marked ballots. Okay, we're gonna start with the naked ballots, okay? These have all been identified individually. And to give you an example, here's a naked ballot. I shouldn't be able to just pull that out of there and look at it. There should be a secrecy envelope that's inside.
Oh,
And it should be,
inside the other.
right, yeah, it should be, there should be an envelope around this.
And that one has no identifying mark.
And it's an envelope that we mailed them the whole pack.
Right.
One they just grabbed.
So I will go
They
through,
just didn't understand very well if the directions.
Right.
Or maybe the directions aren't clear enough.
well, this is one of the,
Yeah,
this is,
there's a thing on the flap too, like, make sure you did this.
yeah, the courts have ruled that this is an
And
invalid.
when you get a big color instruction, go over to check up, like, make sure you do this, and then it's on the flap, on the outside envelope, like, do this, so.
Yeah, basically, if you can see the ballot in there, it's
Clear as it possibly can. 'Cause we don't like having.
not a ton of them, but there are, you know,
Okay. Yes. Uh-huh. Sign here, sign here.
So all of them are.
And this is actually a good amount because for 2020, it was there was a lot.
Yeah,
I just want to identify.
Sure. Yeah.
Not that we ever want any, but this goes in. Yeah.
Yeah, this is,
Or how do you report?
No, they go. Yeah, so what
Yeah,
will
these-
happen is, because when these come in, we have no idea how things are on the inside. So we see on the barcode and they, at that time, essentially, their record will reflect that their vote history, they voted. But unfortunately, when this reverses it, once we do all that stuff.
If any of you'd like to come see, you're more than, maybe when, you know, maybe when we're done, we can do that. This was one of
the
the,
only disqualifier there is,
yeah,
there is identifying information.
yeah, I would, that's a very good, I'm sorry.
I mean, we can kind of show you
Yeah,
that there's a naked ballot, I guess. That's
yeah,
about-
so essentially, just maybe like that, so, and when the extractor opened up the envelope, they noticed right away. Yep.
There are counties, I understand there are counties that actually have very, very specific, very, very high precision calibrated weighing system where they can actually say, okay, this weighs too little, so it probably has a
However,
naked
the
ballot.
problem with weighing them is they put their inserts back into and return it. So
Yeah, nothing,
nothing's fail safe.
Nothing's
So this was an issue where the extractor, and they noted it on here, is when they opened up the outer envelope, the ballot was essentially, the content for like this. They had the envelope in the,
Oh, but they
return
weren't
envelope,
inside
it
it.
wasn't inside it, so that would would not be able to count. We just put the ballot in with the envelope, so it would travel with the issue. So I would, once Commissioner Higgins done that.
We'll need a final count on that. Bishop, you want to give us a count on the number?
So they had the ballot, they had the security envelope. They just put
We
the
have a
ballot
ballot
in
in this.
side of the security envelope.
Which would technically, if you have to make a ballot.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, take the ballot out, see, do it. You can't do this satisfied.
But now we need to double check the count on this.
Oh, typically, yeah, I would say that all that.
Okay, these are improperly marked envelopes, which leads us to a different conversation. These are not so clear.
I have 11. You want me to just put these?
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I'll
So
need
you
those back.
They're on file, you keep them on file for a while?
We have to keep everything for, it's 11 months for a municipal year and 22 for a federal year. So yeah, we have to keep records.
All of the return envelopes, so the envelopes that has this voter signature and date are from this election that just was 2 days ago, are downstairs in our basement, sealed up with seals that we just had, and there's a folder that corresponds with that if we would ever need to break them.
Here's, for instance, this is the next set of problems we have.
Oh, she signed.
You signed the secrecy. You signed the secrecy envelope, which is an identifying characteristic. Now, you could say that I have no idea really who that is. That's why we have to do these individually.
So,
But that's a common thread, is people seal their envelope with their signature in. That identifying characteristic is not what we want.
Well, we get a couple of, especially if they're all.
Right. Now here, that's not a secrecy envelope, that's a regular envelope.
I won't be able to reverse.
what's that?
Do you have the outer envelope for this? 'Cause I'm not gonna be able to
Yeah, I you might be able to, yeah, so we, to know how many that.
Yeah, so it'll be off by 2, because when we pull numbers, it'll be 2 and.
So just attractive would be good.
Here's one that, for instance, the ballot would cut.
Oh.
Now, we cut it or did they cut it?
Right. But that
So
would
what
be,
happens in that case? Because it won't go to the machine.
we have the option of trying to scan it through the DS, because that's not as fast, and that's the same ballot box that we'll have on election day. We can attempt to scan it through that machine, because it's a little bit gentler. If we can't do it, we can recreate the ballot with that marker device. So, yeah.
But that's not the,
And we can also try to tape it. We've taped it
Right.
before, but-
that's not the voters' fault necessarily, so.
Yeah.
Probably in the process was damaged, but we'll try to resurrect that.
Jody, I stole your 110.
Uh,
That's fine. I could have.
Yeah. Want me to put that in a different stack? This one was
Ballot is cut, torn. Well, that just has a small tear. Yeah, but that's got a folded tear, which is like worse. That one probably won't go through. So let's put that in the resurrection file. Everybody agrees?
Agree?
Inner envelope, well, see here's a perfect example. of one.
Yeah, that's tough. Well, that's close to, like, it's one letter off, but yeah.
Exactly, could be me.
No,
But here's an example. Is that an identifying characteristic? I would argue it probably is not. Because to me, it's, yeah, who knows?
So you can decide to.
Right. Right. in my humble opinion, that doesn't say who that is.
Right.
But, boy, that is almost true.
Not quite.
It's not, it's not.
And here's another one where they have made a valid attempt to sign that, but I can't read it.
You have to read their signature, you mean?
Who is that?
Not an MD. We need to see that letter.
I don't know.
You're okay with that?
I'm fine with it, because I think, as far as I'm concerned, I have no idea who that is. Here's a perfect example of, who knows? Who knows what that is?
Could be. It's very well.
Yeah, I would say that's.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not gonna flag it. I would not.
Are they required to put, like,
No, goodness,
it
no.
seems like a lot of people.
That's why these are the problems. You're supposed to leave it blank,
Okay.
so it's anonymous.
Yeah, we had about 8,700
That is correct.
total, 8,700. So out of, that's not that many. Yeah.
Oh, there were more of them.
Yeah. I would say this one and actually the last three of them would be, I would agree, that would be okay.
Okay, and then, what about, the other two were ripped.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All right, so the people who very, very illegibly signed their name.
We can look at them again.
No, they're pretty legible.
Yeah, they're all, I would say they're all.
Same
Give them to me one more time, just for perspective. Okay, this one was,
That's the one where they.
no, this is a non-official.
Personal envelope.
Now, we decided that you have to use the secrecy envelope.
The one that
Right, the one that we supply, okay. Okay, this one is, I'd say that one probably doesn't have. I can at least read most of the last name. If it's
That's
WAH.
that's the thing. It's again, I think I can tell that it is. Yep.
This one I can read the first name, but not the last, so.
The first name is more on more common. I might argue I can't read the first name. I can't read the first name.
Well, we can choose to run through. I have no problem.
Yeah, I would, last name, yes, the first name I can't.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
I'm happy not, I'm happy, allowing them to count. 'Cause I really don't, I can't read either one of them.
And then where was the one that was, we could read the signature? Where was it?
Those are the two you have.
Oh, so we're saying that we would count those?
Yeah, 'cause here's the one where we said we
Yeah, we
really
can't-
can't tell who that is.
Right.
Period. If you pay this,
Right.
good sum of money as a private eye. we couldn't tell you.
Gentlemen, thank you so
Oh,
much.
sure.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thanks
you
for
coming
your
in today. Thank you for hammering away at this.
And these
I
are
do
the
have a
two.
question on educating the whole.
Yes.
How many, is that just once? Is that-
Well, in theory, we provide them with the training and then we give them a manual. I mean, I think. that
Prior to
manual-
COVID, it was in-person training and there was multiple, now most people only came to one. During COVID, we had to switch obviously to Zoom due to, restrictions. But this time we revamped the entire manual with pictures, everything to make it easier. I think the problem with the gentleman that said about Friday is that was a last minute thing. The training had already happened. If he didn't receive the email, our apologies, but what he would have been emailed is a copy of the manual that they're all provided, and there's extra copies given to them on election day. And there was a new training video made, breaking down the different aspects of it for them to watch as well. A lot of our coworkers are repeats. But, I know Jody had mentioned, obviously not to this gentleman, he wasn't on the original training, but to any of them, if you have any additional questions that weren't covered, you know, reach out to us and we'll let you know. If you really just feel like you don't understand and you need a one-on-one training, we can accommodate that because it's not a huge amount. So for the most part, they're trained before every election. It's just that was kind of just the last minute.
I think that's a very important piece.
Yeah.
And we will certainly address an even better system. And hopefully this COVID thing will be passed and we'll get back to the in-person, be able to do it.
And maybe not just once, maybe do like a main one and then maybe a little pressure.
Well, the other thing is, and Fish hit on, I mean, we do have these training videos where, you know, you just sit and watch it. Right, you can sit and watch it a dozen times if you need to.
And we typically don't do it until like a week before the election or, you know, a week and a half because it keeps it fresh in their mind. So we try and, you know, don't go overboard and make it too close, but keep it close enough. You know, we all get stuff in the mail and we get it too far ahead and set it aside and we forget about it. So we try and keep that thought process with them as well. But yeah, I know we heard Steve touch on it. The hardest thing is getting people to keep coming back or showing up sometimes. We have a lot of people who are coming back. Unfortunately, a lot of them are getting much older in years. So, you know, they're ready to hand it over. So if y'all can, you know, you want to help nice people, we appreciate it. There is a poll worker interest form, Jody, online at the state. The Department of State has an votepa.com. They can go put it on online and they shoot it to the right county. So, or if they don't use the internet, they can call us and we write everything down so that when we need someone, we try and keep people in their own area. Sometimes we just can't do it. So we do, you know, normally say to them, are you willing to travel? How far? Et cetera. So if you know anybody, direct them our way. So we're always looking. What's that?
I said we will because we want.
Good,
we want to
wonderful.
engage a lot.
Good, wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Now, if they ran into problems on election day, is there somebody?
She does have a pool of people that she calls. Now, a lot of our people who would say mid-age range, they work. So it makes it really hard to get the call at the last minute because they're at work and they haven't asked off. I know Steve mentioned as well, we have a great rapport with Bellefonte High School. We have a teacher who is amazing with providing us with kids. He sends us the ones that he know would be, you know, good at it. And sometimes they stick around and keep coming back even after they graduate. So that is a great outreach for us.
I'm just thinking of this guy who, like, at the last minute, got in to do it and no training. And it's like,
I can tell you about him. Like that, I had a board of 4. Everyone on that board was brand new. I literally took the 4 people that I got were people that did submit for interest forms. So just from them submitting those forms, I created that. I don't know any of these people from that because they were all like, I want 5 people. That's what you're to have on the
This is the
board.
only one.
So I reached out to the township supervisors, which Yvonne Marushak said, I have someone, let me get a hold of them. So that was the man that came in for Friday. But I tried to get a hold of people that are from that area because they know people in that area. Like, I don't know the people involved in different counties. And I do sincerely apologize that you didn't get the materials on Friday. And, but yeah, like, if I have, when a whole board leaves and I have to piece a board together, I don't know if these people are going to show up. I don't know if they're going to work cohesively. So if there are people in that area, like, I have a board that's been there for 25 years. And they're like, when the judge leaves, I too am going through. Some of them will actually like find their own replacements. So like if there's an inspector, they'll move up and now, they're going to be the judge because they've worked X amount of years. But if the whole board leaves, I'm piecemealing the board together.
If they
the best
are
that I
being
can,
counted,
the best that I can. And but
Yes,
so
please
that's
do.
what
Yeah,
happened
please do,
in that
Carol.
particular.
Yep.
And then I know there was someone who mentioned about that they got an email Friday or something like that looking for people. And that was me. I needed 2 people, and which precinct 15 was one of them. Because I want to have full boards. So if someone, what happened is they lost 2 halftime people. So an AM person and a PM person for the clerks. Because, illnesses, a parent, fell ill in another state, they had to leave. So I'm scrambling because I don't have a full worker interest form for that priest. I'm sorry, Michael.
Is it okay to step outside just for a second? Just so, sorry. Thank you.
absolutely.
I'm sorry, just
Oh, yes, I did.
no, you're good. So these are all the ballots from Wednesday that were not scannable, less. And these are just the records of the not scannables. So we'll keep them together. We'll go over here.
So do we have a tally on how many unscannable ballots you have in your?
Yes, I have it on my computer there. The first day was approximately 370.
Right.
Second day was approximately 120. We have about 500. I'm going to just put these here right now. Is that okay? All right.
Okay, so those are unscannable, everything else is good about them.
And those are the problem. The ballots are issues.
Each one is individually identified.
Oh, sorry. If you want this underneath again, so it's a little bit better ergonomic.
Okay. Okay, outer envelopes do not contain an inner envelope, do not contain a ballot.
Oh, those
Outer
are the-
envelopes contain a ballot, not contain an inner envelope.
Those are the hourly reports. So those were just placed in.
I'm just.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Inner envelope, well, I'm telling you,
Yeah,
I'm good.
Okay.
You can tell me what that is, you are a good person.
Take the hourly one that just shows the issues we had every hour for the wash.
Secrecy envelope not sealed.
I'm gonna keep it with this since we don't have a.
Outer envelope contains a ballot not contained in inner envelope. That'd be a problem.
Drew, what would you say is the percentage of counting, not counting, or going through? Oh, really?
Oh, there's another one that has a. I'm just pulling out the ones that may or may not.
I'd argue that is completely, indistinguishable.
Okay. These are all naked. Michael.
Oh, nice.
Official, there you go.
I know.
Official election ballot.
I know. Yeah, that was a. Yeah.
Sorry, that's a good try.
Turn okay, it doesn't have our name on it.
Would have got good.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Just take 5 here.
Is that naked? Are you at 6 now?
Let me. Oh.
6 additional votes. And then you have 2 of the inner envelopes that were written on the hotel.
I have 2, one here and
Okay. All right, so, secrecy envelope not sealed, agent form that closed, counter envelope, but not secrecy envelope. I would think we would count this in the envelope. Closed, I mean, in the actual envelope.
Is that the declaration?
Yes, it's.
Is it in the secrecy envelope?
No.
They're not supposed to have it inside there, technically.
In the return envelope?
Yeah, it's
Really?
supposed to be on the outside, but that's a choice that
The outside of this.
it's supposed to, they're supposed to like paper clip it and to that, because we need to know who's bringing it. Like, they have to give us that form so we can see they have the authorization to do so. Now, again,
Okay. All right, well, let's put that aside.
yeah, that's something that, you
All
know,
right, so these are, all right, our report. You wanted to take a look at this one. Have the declaration outside the envelope.
yeah, so they want to bring the packet to us like you would put it in the mail or in a Dropbox, but with that like paper clip or rubber banded, because we need to know that you have the authorization to return someone else's ballot. Yeah, because unfortunately that form is what entitles you to do so.
Well, that's an exception to an exception.
So that is, those are the 2 nakeds.
Sure. they-
And, this one is not used.
Are you getting any rejections?
He said he's running upwards of 95%.
Yeah, that's good. So I have a total of, I'll let you see that, that's the not official envelope.
Oh, looks like.
I've got, so I've got,
Geico envelope?
yeah, the Geico, yeah. I've got the not in official secrecy envelope for this batch here. I've got 1 of those. And I've got 2 envelopes that are inner envelopes with the text marker symbol. My count, we would have 8 naked ballots.
So that would be, I believe, this stack here.
Yep.
There are 8.
Okay, all right. And then there are 8, and then inner has text marker symbol. There's 2 of those.
Right, but I think we were going to count both of them
Yep.
because they're essentially.
If you're good with that, okay. And then not an official secrecy envelope is 1, and we would not count that. Yeah, that one, can we just take a quick look at it and we take back on? So this was, the emergency one was done at 5/12. And she returned it on, it was returned on election day. I don't know, I would lean to counting it, but you're saying that.
I mean, it's up to
Yeah.
you what you do, but that, if somebody is doing that, what we tell them, and we usually ask them to bring it straight to us, because if you put it in a Dropbox and you
Right.
paper clip it, it'll come loose. If they would have rubber banded it, that's fine, but that's,
I don't see how you can, I think you always have to count it because it was the last day, they were making sure it got here. And probably in full conscience, they just wanted this paper clip and have it come loose or rubber banded.
So, okay, so this is it. Yeah, I don't know, I would lean towards counting it. Because it's sealed in a secrecy, it's in the secrecy envelope, so we can mix them around when we actually open them up.
And that was a legitimate attempt to make sure that the data was included.
I mean, the person, they could have also just walked over to a Dropbox and just put it in without having to just get the agent form. So they're going above and beyond.
I'm good with county.
Okay, yeah,
I'd rather err on the side of,
yeah, I would agree.
that's not a specifically delineated,
So here's something. If you've already requested your ballot, on the back of this, it says, do not insert the authorized and designated agent form in the white inner secrecy envelope that contains your voted ballot. It doesn't necessarily say, don't include it in your turn on.
Right.
well, that answers it.
So, yeah.
But see, like our reasoning was because technically you're legally not allowed to hand someone's in. If you're Michael and you're bringing in a female, you know, we need to be able to see that form, but like I said, that's fine.
I think
I'm in favor.
so. That's
Unless it's under one of the strict, prohibitions, I do feel it would. It's gone to a lot of effort.
Okay, so return envelope would be contain words authorized date, authorized agent. Okay. So there's 12 total that came in that second batch. 3 of them will count. So there we go. Okay. And then beyond that, basically just scanning those ballots. Right. Yeah, sure. Okay, so not, they're empty. Let's confirm they're empty. Bring this is deja vu. 2020. All right, so that you confirm everything's empty and just pop it over there. Okay.
Is there any more no counters?
Okay, so these are 8 pages.
So no counters.
Okay. This one, where they use their own envelope from home.
You know what, it
and a
never gets
company
old,
name
does
on
it?
it.
It's unfortunate.
So this is a no counter.
That's no count. And then we have 3 that will count, 2 illegible marks. The one where they kind of went over and above to include their agent form. Thankfully, it's back to security. So do I give those to you as well, or? One for counting?
Oh, yeah, we would count it. Yep.
So they can do these in the machine or?
Yeah.
Want your folder?
Sure. Yeah, it's going to be, you're not going to do that. That's just a secrecy envelope. So you won't know. You won't be able to.
Oh,
But
so
it's
this
good.
is
It's
a
good.
no good.
That's good. It's good. It's good.
Okay.
Yeah. Just letting you know it doesn't ever.
Well, they should have, it would have already been marked.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Yeah. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Richard's right is. If we reject
Tom and the charm on it.
Okay. So I think, so Tisha, do we have the overseas military? Thank you. Thank you.
They're in precinct. I forgot to bring that on.
Okay, we'll do our world tour. Ontario, Canada.
I can grab some slicers if you need. Or are they already?
No, they are not, because I'm not allowed to open them.
London, UK.
We don't have any in
We're
our
going to Pennsylvania
little
first.
bitty bag.
That's a, I think we only have 5.
Geneva, Switzerland.
Do you need it?
Just so it's a nice cut, maybe just get
I'll
one.
ask Jill.
Okay, thank you.
That was just in Maryland. I have a night this vest.
Oh, yeah, hey, absolutely. Yeah.
Don't have that many.
Yeah, good.
Well, what I would suggest is start with Maryland and work my way around the world.
Sure. you know, this envelope. We'll turn it back to you. Actually, Commissioner, you want to do the- I have a sharper knife.
Yeah, those are not the,
Okay, nothing on there. Security envelope.
and they actually mark these do not have to have a secrecy envelope.
Well, they don't.
Military and civilian overseas do not have to have a secrecy envelope.
And if you want the forms? you want the-
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll put them in the file.
Actually, Michael, do you want to come back to the envelope?
Oh,
Since we have to keep the envelope anyway.
yeah, that was good. That came in. That one's gonna be an email problem.
Yeah, so essentially, Mark, when they get an email ballot, because obviously they're not getting the standard secrecy envelope, they can get one of their own.
Yeah, they're producing it themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this one,
And even that one, that might be the furthest one.
We see some pretty awesome stamps come through.
Somebody's daughter.
there we go. Okay.
And that's also hence why the ballot's so small, because they have to print it.
Yeah. There wasn't a lot for that.
Yeah, you know, it's a less volume, but still ways we can improve. Go forward. From here. All right, so. We have.
One, two, three, 4, 5.
And the ones that, were email ones,
Yeah,
is everybody in this pile or
that's a mixture.
How many of those have to be transposed?
all of the email ones? So,
I think
yep, you're right, Michael, three.
So we need to get Jody in here. She needs to.
I think she's still speaking with the. All right, so we have 5.
Okay, so we need to create those. So let's create them.
We can open up, we want to open up here the 2
Secrecy ones?
the 2 that were actual ballots, because they can dig it if you read
Oh,
through.
sure.
And when they're put through the DS200, they're gonna read as mail-in absentees, right? They're not gonna be.
Did we open those for you? Or are they open?
Because they're pulled from the stock of absentee mail. So you need these read separately.
That would be a good Jody question. I don't think so,
True.
but again, Jody question.
For her to break out for military, did it be read independent of? Oh, no. So like she inputs in the computer the election day, military and provisional. Do they need to be, like, does she need a separate stick, just the military to publish that?
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna lay these right here and I'm gonna
Uh,
walk right there and ask Jody.
Okay, yeah, if you can pull it away, apologies. Yeah.
All right,
That's
okay,
okay.
do you need to run this?
I think if we, depending on how much of a chunk we can take that, we can at least get some of the
No,
process going.
because I'm not allowed to have that third bucket. They go
Okay.
in with the absentee mail.
This would be,
Drew, I will
looking at
on
the
here.
whole
And
book,
Jody,
see
there's
electoral
three
rolls.
dollars.
So Jody has everything. ready for
Oh,
us to-
okay.
That's the box.
And
right
are
there.
you doing that now? Several in there. Yes. Yeah.
Here are the 3.
So Jody, in terms of the same day votes,
Yes,
we want to maybe
sure.
go through those.
Okay.
So now I can take. Are these considered?
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Put it in a folder. We'll take a 5er or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd take them in a folder and give them to Tisha. I can write military overseas. Sorry.
Or, sorry, the opposite way. Anything else that we need in the interim?
No, I think we're, we're good. Yeah. We're all good for right now. And we have, we've got everything there, I guess. So.
And,
So, yeah.
we're.
Okay, great.
Hold on. The only thing I haven't done is, I didn't do, everything's entered, but I didn't do anything else in case they could change it. Yeah. I think it is anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Michael, you did both those things, right? Everything that's here and then these, that's.
Yep, there's a yellow, the orange tape there is day 2's.
Oh, so this has ballots in too.
No, no, no.
Oh.
Saying this here.
Oh, understood.
Yep, yep.
So you have this and then. Michael or Mark, this is one of the ones you okayed. This one you open it for.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
There you go.
Okay, on the ballot, the envelope, okay.
sure.
I think those are just a few that we decide are okay.
Yeah. There you go. All right.
Just gotta keep moving.
Well, it's okay.
After this one, you need to fly that towards Michael. Oh my goodness, you know what? I'm just gonna look at all these. Around. Yeah, one person reads. The other person does. No, I mean like. Not that I'm aware of. Are you ready? You've got to do this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready,
Ready? Okay.
Okay, what do we have
Okay,
here?
what we have here are your election day ballots cast for each one of the precincts. And what we do then, I'm trying to see what I need for that. So you have Belmont North cast 150 ballots. Okay, here's the book of numbered lists of voters for that particular precinct. You come in here and you see you have 150. Here, when you look at that line, it'll show you 106. So it's off by 2. You go back here and look. Oh, here's one that's crossed off, so it's spoiled. There's another one that's crossed off, spoiled. So therefore, you have 150.
How would you like it annotated on here?
You can just put a check mark. That's fine. And then if there's like any discrepancies, then we'll mark that so that that could then be part of the 2% count.
Okay, how about I put the check marks on? Can we split these?
Sure, absolutely.
Are either of you able to assist if we do?
Yeah, if you do this in teams, then we can get this
Mark
marked
it.
out.
Well, do you want to wait till we remake those 5 ballots? It makes. however
Let's
you
do
wanna
this, let's do it half speed until
Until we make it right, okay. So
Okay.
precinct 1 is done.
Okay,
Sorry.
let's almost set
All
that.
right, so one of the
Okay,
ones
let's,
for me, and the other one check.
I'm gonna
I'll be
put the
happy.
precinct on the back, please, on it.
Okay, wonderful.
Would you want to do? You want to do 3 and I'll look at 2 and then we can like whatever Steve's.
So,
Does that make sense?
that's okay. No, we'll figure it out. Am I the reader? Sure.
Belmont Northeast. Belmont South.
We'll see that as fine.
3 was the Belmont South.
142.
Okay, I have 2 crossed off on the first page.
Well, Well, just look at the sum total.
It's
Let's
like
go back.
144.
Okay.
Minus 2 will be 142.
That's correct. And you're at 255, Michael, Bellefonte North.
Getting 5, but I want to make sure that was correct. 143. Got 2 there, that's 205. Got a line through there. So that'd be 6. So 2 should have 6. Yep. Yes, that's good. Yep, yep, you got 6. Okay. All right. But here, yes, slide it down there. Very nice.
Bellefonte Southeast and Bellefonte West.
274.
They're both 274.
274, okay.
How that ended up.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, I've got 275, but I have one cross off.
Okay.
So it's also 274. All right, so, all right, yeah.
Hey, Center Hall and Howard Borough.
I got Howard Borough.
Hey, guys,
You should have 143.
does anyone want to double check these or are you good?
Sorry. I got 265. Just real quick.
Okay, give us just a second.
Okay.
265.
Center Hall is 265.
Yep, and I have 2 cross offs, so I have 143 for Howard.
Okay, all right, we're all good there?
Oh, yeah.
We're good, okay. I'm okay with them. I mean,
Okay, okay, I was gonna say, she's reading, I'm marking, and
I
then
think
you send
that's-
it aside, but we didn't know.
Yeah, I'm good.
I just didn't want to pass it on so we clarify.
No,
All right.
Okay, Milesburg and Millhine. 201 and 149.
Yeah, you know, I got no cross off, so I got 149.
Okay,
201, is
201.
that right? Alfred?
Phillipsburg number 1 and Phillipsburg number 2, 190 and 137.
I have the Phillipsburg second, 211, 137.
Okay,
I got 190.
that's correct.
Yeah. No. I do.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Prohibition was, yes.
I have no voids or cross-offs, so that would put me at 1 and 3.
That's correct. Okay.
And I have, two cross offs, so I've got 118. What was it?
That's correct. Motion Borough and Rush Township, Rush North Central.
precinct 14, I had 117.
That's correct.
And from precinct 15, Washington Central, I've got 74.
That's correct. State College North, State College Northeast.
I have somebody writing the word spoil next to a name, but they didn't put a line through it. So we can hold that.
Let's see how the numbers work out.
I got 274 for precinct 16.
So for precinct 17, if I assume that somebody writing spoiled is correct, I would have 178.
179.
Right. Because somebody didn't actually cross off number 47 of the voters. It says spoiled.
Which one of you ladies wants to address this issue?
I was not listening to your issue, but I'd be more than
Come
happy
over
to
here.
do so.
So State College precinct 17. They didn't cross the person's name off, but they wrote spoiled next to the ballot.
Okay. All right.
I think
That's
that
not our count off.
Okay, with it being 179, what is it supposed to be so I know what I'm looking for?
You have 179.
I
here.
do. And you have 179.
I have 179 here.
Okay, so this one here, if we did, put it over here. Scribbled it. 33, 34. Okay. 35. Okay. 179 is correct. The way that they've done all of these, instead of assigning it to a new line, they just scribbled it out and wrote over a new line. What they did here, they should have just put a line and a sign on the next vacant line. So yeah, they spoiled ballot 34 and gave them 35. So yeah, 170, whatever this number is.
179?
179 is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that's 17, right?
Yeah.
State College Northwest and College North. Oh, wait a minute, that's right. State College South, 1. State College Northwest, State College South, 1.
Okay, I have precinct 19, Steve.
Okay.
A lot of different handwritings here, but I think I have 225, there's 9 cross-outs.
That's correct.
I would have 73 for precinct 5.
You need 70.
One, two, three, so 73. Yeah, but they don't have a name there. That makes sense.
Yes, it doesn't count.
So you can get
deducted, so 76.
74. I'm sorry, it'd be 4, it'd be 70.
4 from 76 is 70.
I see. Okay, so this isn't even a.
Yeah,
It's
that doesn't even count.
Okay. So I'm looking at 1, 2, 3. Total of 3. So 73. Let me get it all. Let me get it all.
This one's good.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
So I think what poll workers are doing is they may void a ballot.
Okay, and then they just will scribble the new ballot.
Yeah.
They have to cross it all the way off. It's completely void.
Should it be 74 or 72? If it's 72, then okay. It's 70, it's 72, man, it's that Boyd. I'm sorry, it's the 2 on the front page. And then, yeah,
Except the one with the road boys, Sunday road ballot.
right, so that's why I wasn't counting those.
Yeah.
And then I
And
was,
I've got
right,
3 cross-offs in
right.
the next couple pages.
And then the final one is the Boyd walk total. Boyd.
Yeah. I would think this would actually be 73. What do you have, 72?
It's supposed to be 72.
We can just put it aside and come back. Right, might be able to come back to it. If you want to look at it, Steve. Yeah,
Okay. We're supposed to have 72. And we end up with 76. So let's go with.
yeah, I think we're all agreed. There's 3 on those.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, but then look down here. There's another one down
Okay, I see where Steve's coming
there. See that one there?
from.
Yeah, so they voided D12. So maybe that's D12 is void, and then R3 says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
If you were used that void, that would be 72. We're gonna have to get.
Yeah, it's 1 or 2. Michael, how are you?
I am doing well. I'm just, are you guys gonna be ready for me or?
So we're probably through how many, does it say how many are through?
185.
Oh, yeah, we wouldn't be finished. I mean, we could do an export now, at least you have some.
It's
So
up to you guys. I could do it first in the morning too.
how long would an export take, Drew? Or what do you want to do, Stephen, Mark? I don't know.
I'd prefer to send what we have.
Okay, yeah. That shows it. Yeah, at least pushing it through.
I'll have to burn another 6. I only created one, but I can
Well,
create
I-
another one. I mean, it doesn't,
Yeah, we're,
it doesn't matter.
we're good.
If they want to do
I do
an
agree
export, I'll
with
go
you.
burn
We put up
another
the schedule of what we're doing.
USB.
Yeah, how quickly could you bring it up?
Oh, I can do it quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be super.
Here's
Yeah,
this.
so we'll get you,
Don't leave it over there, Jody. Put it around your neck.
Need to make sure I get the room back.
You tell me.
All I care
Yep,
about.
I'll be giving you the sheet.
I won't give you 23. I mean, do you want your, I mean,
it's okay.
okay, I mean, that's yours. So.
Aren't you?
Yeah, right, so that's why we're coming up.
Just count backwards.
I know, but
Wait, how did you, yeah, what was
Seventy.
that?
77,
you counted the
down
void.
to 76,
Okay, so 76,
75,
right,
74,
right,
73,
okay.
72.
Yeah, but look at the bottom there. Where's the other one? Look right there.
Yeah, but they voided D12 and reissued D13.
Okay,
So you still have 70 votes. Like this is valid.
okay, so this line should not count, or this
No, it
line,
does
that's what I
count.
mean.
Yeah,
that line
because she
counts.
avoided
Okay.
D12, and what she originally had D12
Oh, okay.
right here.
So
So
you're
she
go-
avoided D12 and she issued.
So you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, and then using 76. So 76 minus 4 is 72.
70.
Yeah.
You have 72, right?
Right, so that's how you're doing.
Yeah, well, what I did was looked at the 77, went 76. I went backwards, 75,
So it's
74,
5.
73,
So it's 77.
72.
It's very confusing.
I know.
Yeah, yeah.
And they all do it differently
Oh, yeah.
because unfortunately, each of them develop it
Sure.
what's easiest for them for the end of the night. So it does make it very difficult.
What's also helpful, and one of the things I've been doing is if I see voter, Jane Doe, and they're crossed off, and then right underneath is Jane Doe for the ballot, that's a way to verify. But some of them are kind of driving in the same line. So, okay.
Yeah, so like that one that you were like, what about this one? That's like she squeezed in, and of course, sometimes,
some handwriting is easier to read than others, so,
Thank you.
yeah. I'm glad I got the magic number.
All right, so I'm gonna 220 for precinct 20 at 220.
Oh, I'm sorry, do you want help or?
220.
Just a sec.
That good?
Let me see what Steve says. Right, so Steve, I have State College 21,
Okay,
but it appears this might only be Democrats.
They may have two books.
I have 190.
yeah, there should be, what's the next one? What's the next book in line?
Okay, so I've got 23 and then 22. Is that right?
22, yeah, we need
Okay, so we'll make a note because they probably had two.
Precinct 24.
We need 21 Republican, because these are all Democrats.
Yeah, was there, how many, so what's the total?
I've got roughly 190, but it's a little slow.
And it's precinct 21, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, I have the first 20 here, so it should be in that box.
It may be in a,
It's 4 and 26, but these are, we don't have those precincts anymore.
this
Yeah, I'm gonna get into the 30s. So, yeah, there's this one right here, but that's 22. Yeah. I mean, 21 is a more, it's
a bigger one.
Yeah.
And so when they have to split the whole book.
There's a paper clip in the back. Does that have anything?
Aha!
Ah,
There we go.
there we go.
Say, you're supposed to have 273 in case.
Oh,
What do you need?
At 5 o'clock, the temperature kicks off, so I'm just.
I think it's down as low as it goes.
Yeah, but if you push the button,
Uh,
I don't know, sometimes
I think I do recall. I think
I don't know.
Yeah.
At 5 o'clock, the other.
Cross out. Okay. Oh, so off by 1, okay.
Alright.
250?
You should have 272.
Oh, keep looking. Oh, no, oh.
273, sorry, I'm sorry.
273?
273. Yeah, precinct 21.
Why don't you look at that? Because they've got it in multiple sections, and I'm like, wait, where are the independents? I haven't been able to find them.
Okay, let's go to the next one, Lyle. Because you run through that one. And you have State College South Central 1, correct?
Yes, I'm gonna come up with 209.
You have Central South Central 209, you are correct.
23. I'll mark you as well.
For number 22, Steve?
Yeah.
I think I have 86.
You should have 85.
85, let me look again.
That's 70.
Sorry, yes, I do have 85.
72 for precinct 26.
Right, how many did you have for Dem?
I
72 for
believe it was
precinct
an
26.
even number. I had counted about 190.
Okay.
Now they're making me do math.
Right, and remember, it's not starting at 0.
We're missing 25.
Is that a separate section?
Yeah, 20. Oh, no, we don't have precincts. 25.
That's right.
This one's really easy.
Okay. It's just not a third section.
38 for precinct 29. Okay. All right, what I got?
Right.
Yeah.
Steve, precinct 24, short, easy, I got 21.
Correct.
Okay. Another easy one. precinct 30. Precinct 30, Steve, 33.
I've got, for precinct 31, I've got 233.
That's correct, okay. Okay, let's stop for a second. Sure. Where are you at there, Letitia? Figured that out yet?
I'm just now, they jumped around, so I had to do some
We
math.
found the secret section for the.
Okay, all right. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Oh, yeah.
271?
273 is what I came up with.
At least I got close to
Oh, yeah.
Funny, not funny, homework.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Steve, for precinct 34,
Yes,
I've got 60.
that's correct.
That was, I think I got it here, Steve.
Okay.
This is 18.
273.
That's precinct 21, as I remember.
Yep.
Yep. Wind it all the way back to
We're gonna
21.
State College West too.
All right, so I've got precinct 32. It's got 18 voids as I counted, so that would be 318.
I have 316.
All right, okay. So you're looking for 20 voids then.
All right, yes.
Here's number 21. Yeah.
So is 21 correct?
Yeah, 21 is
21.
Took several tries by several people, but we got.
Michael, do you want,
So 21 is 21. Or what, no, I'm sorry. 21 is
21's 273.
273. Okay, I'm with you now. All right.
Michael, do you want to give me a separate one, or do you want me to help her? Steve, how many is 36 Center North supposed to have?
Hang on just one second.
Yep.
Sure everything's accounted for. Okay, I'm at Unionville. Well, no, State College West too. Does anybody have that?
Mike's
Oh, Mike's got
working
one
on
on that one. Okay, what now?
36 Center North, how many might you have?
394.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna put this aside for Tisha. I'm still coming up with 18, so I'll
Okay,
put
sure.
that aside for somebody else to look at.
Unionville, 35, Steve. I have 70.
Okay.
That's what you got?
Yep.
All right. Ready for me again, Steve?
Yep.
Number 38, Boggs. I think I have 189.
That's correct.
I'll give you this. All right, so for precinct 37, I've got 428.
I have 429.
Okay, all right. So they're scratching off. I've got 1, 2, 3.
So Steve, for Boggs 39,
Okay, that might be.
I have 269 with no cross off.
That is correct.
That's pretty good for a larger precinct.
Let's keep them coming. Keep them coming. Two spoiled. Okay, all right, let me. Oh, they put little dots there. That's nice.
Steve, Burnside 40,
Okay,
I have 91.
that's correct.
All right, so Tisha, here are your two that you're gonna look at next. You have to look at that.
All right. Can't make those work.
We're now halfway
Steve,
there.
36 is the 394 you gave me.
394 is better north.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Michael, what are the ones you want me to look at?
Right there.
Steve, could you tell me?
No, you count them and you count them and you find out. That's cheating.
I'm not cheating, it's smart.
This is.
It is
All
smart.
right, sure enough.
Okay, which precinct do you have?
I have 32 and then 37.
Okay, which is,
32 is State College West 2.
okay.
She's working on it.
Good luck with that one.
Why?
41.
Well, you're supposed to have 316,
In 32,
which is that
the
four-
State College West 2.
State College West 2 is 316,
Okay, and how about 37 Benner South?
429.
All right, so I've got to give you that one. And then I've got to take these. These are A through L, then.
So they put. I've got College North 1. It's 2 books. When I add them together, I think I'm coming up with 532. That's right. But these are 2 different books. Rubber band, staple.
I got a rubber band. It's 41.
So I've got for precinct 42, I have 406. Oh, sure.
Okay,
Precinct 42, 406.
I have 403.
Okay. That is procedure.
All right, so Steve, for College East, number 43. These I have 238.
438?
400.
Yes. You are correct.
How do we handle precinct 44 in your book, Steve? I have,
Should have 148.
I have 2. I have 2. I think I have.
Yeah, 44-1, 44-2.
I think I have whichever one is the closest.
Yeah, you got 2. You got 2, Rick. There. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, you have 2.
So 403, correct? Is that what that is? The precinct? Okay. When you have a chance to show, I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. There's an asterisk. If you look at, there are 3 voters on the list here, and then there's a brackets, and they've asterisked each one. Does that have any, does that mean anything?
Jody, would you have any idea idea?
So there are 4 crossed off names that say
Okay.
spoiled.
Okay.
But I'm 3 off. But for some reason, there's a bracket here, and they're starring each one and putting one up there. That would be the additional 3 that we need to get to 403. But there's no spoiling or anything.
Right.
I don't know what that means. 'Cause this one's pristine. We've got no issues. It's all good. Thank you. 19.
Like visually looking at it, I
Yeah.
have no idea, but there's no specific.
Right.
Yep. For precinct 44, is it 129?
148.
Okay.
Good. 26 and precinct 45. Precinct 45, 26.
So when I'm looking at College South, number 42, 187.
Right, and that's N through Z.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Okay, so N through
Yes, you're looking at it as
187.
Right, and then that's pristine, there's nothing wrong with
Okay, so 187 plus 219,
Yeah.
correct? So,
it. It's 406.
so 406.
Yeah, then we're getting 403. Right. But there's those 3 that are asterisk. I would maybe do a rerun of that one, a recount.
We can,
I'm just thinking,
or
Yeah.
like just indicate it somewhere,
Okay.
because we can always include that in
yeah,
the
why
2%.
don't we do that? Okay, that solves that. Okay, that's a great idea. All right, so we need to put them aside or,
Got a funding here for precinct 44. I have 2 that are obviously voided. I have one that looks like it's voided, but when I look at the numbers, it goes 59, 60, 61,
Oh,
62, 64, 65. It doesn't look like they're voided. It says we're.
I'm showing College West, 148.
Oh, well, that's what I have.
oh, is that good? Oh,
Yeah.
good.
I kept thinking you were saying 147.
No, 148.
Okay.
That's what you got?
No, actually, no, I do, what happened that I have 140, 149. I have 2 obvious voids. And I have another one that looks like they avoided it, but the numbers go sequentially.
For 46, I've got 114.
What number is that?
For precinct 46. 114. Yes. Okay. Want me to take a look?
Yeah, let me look. Because the purpose is to only 10 people.
North one.
North one, North one.
383.
Let me keep working on it.
So I did get 148 for precinct.
148?
Yeah, I did get there. They're bound together. The split ones. You needed some more. Oh, okay.
Michael, I think I got this one back. Okay, I went through it. Okay, originally they crossed this out, and they crossed that out, right, and they crossed that out, that looks like 66.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, so got this one. Center South 297 for 429.
429. Bingo.
Good job.
Michael,
Good
here,
job.
it wasn't, I'll show you what happened, and it wasn't easy, it just kind of like.
Okay. Good.
Okay. Seeing how they crossed him out, and they crossed out originally he was
Would you like me to
62,
get a
then they
second
gave him
DS
60.
200 up and running?
Sure.
Okay.
So like they originally were gonna completely
Let's go
destroy
and
him,
do
write
that.
him again, but
How many more do you
instead,
have you
they
made?
just changed that number. Yeah, so it wasn't your fault.
Are you halfway through, you think?
Now 32, I've looked at like 3 times.
What's this? What's the number at scan wise?
Well, we started over
Oh.
from 0.
Okay, well, what's the?
That was 135.
Total is what?
That was 135.
Okay. And then what are you gonna do?
18.
Oh, yeah, you're still. It's.
Yeah, I asked if to get a second DS 200.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a total of about 500,000.
US.
Okay, this is better south that you just handed me.
And then Tisha counted that one issue.
429.
So my schedule has blocked out.
Oh, you need.
I don't have to go, but.
I want to get it done.
So you need to hear.
What do you have to?
No, I got a little flexibility.
I really like.
Yeah, I think it would be good.
So we're gonna go through this staff and then.
No, we're done. This is it. This is, yes. We're gonna get into the choppy water of, larger precincts, but still. You can do it. Hi, Margaret. Hi, Jill.
So, as you know, we're still in session, we're continuing to record. Would you be able to stop the recording at the end of when you're finished, or would you like Jill to stay until the end?
How do you know how to stop recording?
Yeah, would you leave your computer up for us? Would that work?
I can do that, yeah.
Yeah, that might work. It wouldn't shut off, would it?
Just leave your phone number in case something happens.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Well, she could make you the host.
Yes, why don't we do that? Yeah.
You can make you the host, and then I can put it on my computer, and then you can tell me when, okay, that way. Okay, we just didn't wanna.
Thank you for checking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I got precinct 49, which is Ferguson. Just says Ferguson.
Ferguson Northeast 1 is 49.
That's right? Okay.
Yeah, Northeast 1.
And I'm getting 293.
It should be 380.
Oh, wait.
Oh, maybe.
Are you looking at north or northeast
Yeah,
1,
here.
Steve?
These are. So,
Is he looking at north or northeast
What number do you
1?
have?
49. Michael was 49, northeast 1.
and there should be a numerical.
Oh, there's a northeast one.
Yeah.
293.
That's what I got. Yeah.
Okay, and so then just to clarify, Mark told me
Okay, just
47.
hang on.
Yeah, let me get this. So those are packed together. Do you think rubber bands are good by chance?
Can I sure everyone went by is Steve.
Hang on, just one second, let me get this. File. That's there, I don't want to-
Two.
Okay, that'll be a start.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Supervisor number 48, 209.
209, Ferguson North 2? That's correct.
Somebody like just totally skipped the line.
I don't have this yet, but I just want to confirm that, double check that Mark told me 47 should have 383.
Hang on just.
Yeah.
Uh,
And then I
Ferguson North, see, I don't have the precinct number. I just
Oh, I'm
have
sorry, that is
Ferguson
North
one.
1.
North 1 is 383.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
These would be, so you, these would be out numerical, so that's your 48.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It just bounces around.
Yes, oh, done, okay.
Numbers,
Okay.
skip numbers. Involved here, so I just wanna make sure.
Ferguson Northeast 2.
Okay,
163.
that's correct.
Okay, we're at precinct 51, that's Ferguson. It just says Ferguson on there. This number, 51. No, what's on?
Should be Ferguson East.
Yes, 388.
Okay, it's Ferguson East.
Is that it? Okay. And yeah, 380. No, okay.
Or I'm missing 3. I'm missing Ferguson North 1, College South, and State College West 2.
I have Ferguson North 1 and State College West 2. That I'm trying to be the Sherlock Holmes
And Ferguson North 1 is missing.
this year.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I have that one and 32.
Okay, there's 3 of them. How about College South?
I do not have that one. That should be number 43.
Oh. That's 42.
Yeah. North is 42, south is 43.
College East, I have it 43. College East, 43.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry.
College
I'm sorry,
South
sorry.
is 42.
I'm sorry. No, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, 'cause
40,
I have-
no,
because
wait.
I have College South is what we flagged to have.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
I can't. College South is flagged. You have
Okay, Steve, I've got Ferguson West. 420.
I got 419.
Okay, I'm gonna say flag 47 because I have gone through this multiple times and I can only find 4 and there needs to be more than that to get
What's 47?
Ferguson North 1.
Okay. 2%er.
All right, I got precinct 53, it's great.
Hang on here.
Oh, sure. All right. All right, Gregg Township is 445. Great. All right, so we got Half Moon 55, 219. No, no, you're good. I did not see any spoiling.
That's nice writing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any spoiling at all. Let me go past by. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. Yeah, I'm not seeing any spoiling.
I have to agree with you.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm on television right now. It's coming down. Okay, you need me to record the Village and have them send somebody? I'll call Independence. We can take a break. Okay, I'll call Independence Village. I'm 700 miles away. We call Independence Village right now. I'll take care of it.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I went through it to see if there was a duplicate. Right, not play it.
It's just on the zip file.
Yeah, okay, you're gonna have to put 32 on the checklist because I have gone through this so many times. So I can't
Which is
make it back.
32.
It is State College West
Hey,
2.
Bill, this is Mark Higgins, Board of Higgins' son. She says she wants to get out of the
Okay,
chair.
have that.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, that was.
College West 2. There's 2. Yes.
All right, Harris West.
Sure. Annotation.
All right, Harris West 553.
Harris West.
Good?
Yep. Yeah. It's a lot of it. It's up to
Yes.
did get 419.
419, sweet. Send her over here. We'll ship it over.
All right, I'm good with Howard Township. Okay. Should be 222.
Okay. 193 is what you have half of it, right? Yeah.
Yes, proper.
It should be Harris.
Let me give you this one. This is going to be Houston Township. I'm putting it in at 283.
I got 286.
Well, so I've got 286, and then I got 3 spoilers. So maybe they are crossing off the. Okay. So we're getting a new balance. All right, let me give it a go.
All right, Steve, I do have 193.
193 for Haynes.
Haynes? Yeah.
Okay. 193. So let me have that.
Let's cross out the receipt. Look at it.
So what they're doing is they're crossing off instead of crossing off the whole line, they're just crossing off the edge out. So we're at 196.
Go back here.
Sorry, that's yeah.
286.
One, yeah, 286. Yeah.
Well, I just figured I would get your concurrence.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Steve, may I ask you, what was the number for 55 Half Moon Proper? The number I should have.
Half Moon. 218.
Oh, okay, I got it then. Michael and Steve, again, this is a power up deduction. Okay, so what I started doing was going through and seeing if they had all the sequential numbers. I started with Democrats and it just goes up in 65, 66, 68.
Okay.
So that was just that, like Jody said, we got to figure out their method.
Okay.
Any other ones?
That's good. That's why I could see it here. I think they were waiting for something in the 6 hours.
That was 55. Did you have 55?
That was, I think, the one I had. Steve Liberty.
Okay. 318.
Okay.
We got 250 for Marion Township. Marion Township.
Yep.
Is Miles East 165?
Yes.
so let's say it's either 70 or, this is miles west. Miles west, it's either gonna be 70 or 69.
I got 68.
Now it's, well, they've got voter 31 to spoil. But I'm thinking that they, so I'm also looking at the ballot numbers. So we've got, this one's not crossed off. That's the only spoil we have. Oh, okay, there we go. The two spoils. Yep. 68. Yep.
Hang on just a second. I'm gonna have to move my pile here.
Steve for Liberty,
Okay,
318.
that's correct.
They write the word spoil
Yeah.
on top of the person's last name.
Yeah,
And they don't cross it off.
no,
So-
they all, there's no rhyme or reason, everybody.
There are some superstars though. There are some
Oh, yeah.
that are, I mean, everybody's great, love it, but there's some that are a little bit easy for you to do that.
Steve, how many is Patton North 1?
295.
For Patton Township, South 1.
Okay, 256. Yep. 256.
We'll
take it.
Superstar.
We'll take it, do that.
Wow, that's tight.
Hey, God bless. But that is, it's impressive. That is very interesting.
In a silly kind of way.
All righty.
All right, Steve, Patton South 2.
Yep.
164.
Yep.
Okay.
Look no more.
Couple there in the road. Ow, ow, ow.
Okay. 64 Patton North 1 is good at 295.
That's correct.
All right, Patton 65. I think that should be. I've got 492. 492 for that one. Should be.
496. Oh, wait a minute, no, back north 2. 492, you're right. Okay, great.
And I got this one for you, Mark, here. That's my precinct.
Okay. Said you want to take it.
So I'm sorry. No, they had some vote by mail, so. Yeah.
No,
All right, this
Would
is,
Penn Township be 205?
It would be.
all right, I've got Potter, 70, it's 308.
Correct.
This is the petition one, 69, that's
69.
Right?
Yep, there was a few, once for the hit.
All right, Steve, Patton Township, South 3. Pretty big precinct, they got 496.
That's correct. We're all caught up there. You still have Harris East down there?
I do.
Okay.
Mike, Cedar Point Township.
Okay.
Is Potter South 492?
It is.
Hey.
We'll take it. We'll ship it.
All right, so I've got Rush 72 is gonna be Rush North, 404, correct.
Rush South.
Rush South is 91. Great small victory.
I should have went through that same first, not all the little ones. Do you guys have it?
We'd have been on to you pretty quick. Okay, we have Rush East yet. Rush West.
It is Rush West 163.
It is. Almost worth getting up for it.
Exciting. Lois Ruby.
All right. We got 32 voters in Rush East.
That's correct.
Good. Good enough.
Is Snowshoe East 210?
Yes.
Snowshoe West 111.
Snowshoe West is 110.
What did you just say your town was?
210?
And then mine was 111. So they're,
Yeah, you need 110.
okay, they're both 110.
All right.
So, Steve, this one's been kind of difficult because it's a really big precinct. But Harris East, actually, what you said, Harris East, I think I have 479.
I'm at 477.
Okay. Okay. At least 3 different people who have used the vote.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, what they did was I missed that. It just says school, so this is 110. Precinct Snowshoe West is 110. Got it? right, so for precinct Spring Township South, I have 280.
For Spring North, is it 389?
Yes.
Sweet. Oh, that's good. All right, Spring West, 154.
Yep, all right. And down the
In the 80s, we're in the 80s.
Taylor, 195.
yes.
Union Township, 306.
Is Walker East 392?
It is. Cool.
Worth, 166.
It is.
Yay.
I got a best.
You want me to give you this
Yeah,
one?
for 3 different people went through that thing.
Okay.
It's completely different location. You're literally gonna have to
Different
grab
handwriting.
the D and the R numbers one by one. Pretty sure the first 2 are valid,
Okay.
but after that, this person's crossed off, doesn't mean they didn't give them a ballot.
Okay.
Yeah,
I started at the front, so if you
Yeah,
count that, that's okay. They're the same.
I know.
All right, so we are at,
You need 477.
I'm gonna say sheet number 1.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that.
571,
So that we're not-
Walker West.
So you need 477.
Right.
Okay.
This is for like 6. I'm finding like 7.
Down the home stretch.
60, Spring Southwest, 260.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's see if I got Spring East.
Okay.
It appears there's no cross off. I got 398.
Spring East is 395. Sorry about that.
Okay. That down it.
Sorry about that.
All right.
other than the two manila folders that were,
It's pretty.
Currently,
I do.
Oh, yeah.
I got 477 on Harris East.
477.
sorry, Jody.
are there more ballots other than what was in the two?
I'm not
Okay,
looking at that
perfect.
one in there. I'm not, I'm leaving that go. I trust you.
Ferguson
Who,
North,
me?
Let me put this, yeah, well, that's just been, that was. a tough one.
Ferguson North 3, 266. I'll take it back. 266 for Ferguson. North 3.
North 3, 266. That's correct.
There.
Number last 5.
Is Ferguson West Central 331?
West Central is 320.
I'll go back to Stronghold.
All right, Spring East, Steve,
Yes,
395.
yes.
They already were deployed on.
See, Boyd, I'll give you the number and I'll get back to look. This is gonna be half the unit. It's gonna be 370.
That's correct.
Oh,
Ballots that we remade on the express vote, did you want us to run them through now? Or with the
What do
ones
you
that
think?
need to be remade?
321.
I think so.
Yeah.
Run them now? Okay.
Yeah. 321 is supposed to be 320.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. 320.
Of course, there's just that one.
Oh, found it, but I'm gonna read down anyway.
All right. 239 for Ferguson North Central.
That's right. All right.
Okay, I missed this one. I missed this one on my initial count.
We did. Okay, so that's 3.
320.
Petition, 2% count is just you take the total amount of ballots for cast on election day, we have to do at least 2%.
Correct.
Is there above, it's like X amount of ballots for 2%, the greater of, what is, how is that?
It's either the greater of is 2,000. So if it's less than, I'm very certain that it's 2,000. I'll have to double check that. But whenever we would do the 2%, when we would pull it, it would always be higher than what the 2% required was.
Well, we have three precincts immediately.
What is it? I think you asked.
Yeah, just the ballots.
One is 383, one is 403, and one is 316.
It can't be 2,000, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they're pulled out. You see them hanging out there by themselves. They have asterisks on them.
That's 11,102. So we need to do at least 2,000. Right.
She said she's not sure if that's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I can go full. Do you want me to bring curtains over?
Oh, I mean, it's not a rush now. We could randomly pull the precinct. We were just thinking we could get the precincts kind of to you today to get.
Yeah,
ready.
no, I can go
Okay,
get
it's not a rush.
Hey, just so you know, since you're on camera, you accidentally said 11,000, whatever for that.
Well,
ballot
I
number.
think you meant total.
You're right, you're right. 1,102.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
I just don't want people to get upset.
No, it's good to clarify. Yeah. Okay. And then do you typically do a specific, I know in the general, we did different legislative districts. How would you want to do different school boards? What would you want to do?
Well, what's the numbers we need to do? Because maybe we got lucky and they all fall in a different district.
We have Ferguson North 3.
That should be 88.
Ferguson North 3 to 80% rating.
Okay.
What's the numbers that you have set aside, Steve?
I'll give you a second. Okay, I have set aside precinct 32, 42, and 47.
Let's do some legal one. I would do at least one for each school district.
So you're gonna need one for PO, which
Right.
would be a Phillipsburg Borough Rush.
Let's go Rush West. Rush West is 163.
EV would be Millham Borough.
Which is Rush West? What's the number?
785. Just double check the front. but-
I want to put an asterisk on it and pull it out. Rush West. Okay, there's that one. So now we have 4.
Drew, what were the results for the, or how many ballots were scanned in back there?
What did the Bellefonte
during the
school
second?
You can pick one of Bellefonte Borough, you can pick Spring, Benner, no, don't pick Benner, that crosses.
Let's go with Bellefonte West,
Okay, sounds good.
which is precinct 5.
And then what was the first batch you sent over?
5 or 6.
I think it was 130.
135? Okay, that's great.
185.
That's okay. Okay, great. Okay, good.
It is, it's, the sample shall include at least 2% of the votes cast or 2,000 votes, whichever is the lesser.
Oh, the lesser.
That's in my cheat sheet.
Okay, good. And it's on election day ballot. Right, so we would want to break out how many ballots we had. Cast on election day. We don't have to do the 2% for vote by mail.
No.
Okay.
And then, because that also will be included in the RLA with the Department of State.
Steve, I was listening to the meeting before we came over and I may have misheard, but the gentleman that, I thought he was from Grant Township and I thought I heard someone mention that we might do that one. How am I wrong?
No, he was curious about when the writing votes would get done. day or the day after. And there's a lot of write-ins that occur, so.
Right. So Steve, you still need one for Penn Valley, right?
Give me just a second here. Okay, great.
Sorry, Steve.
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What was the fifth one? I'm sorry.
Bellefonte West.
Okay, and how many,
5.
how many are in there?
Bellefonte West is 274. Okay, now, we need one for Penn Valley, correct?
Yeah, if you want a smaller size one, you could do Center Hall, Milheim Borough.
Let's go for the Magnum size.
So Greg's, Potter's.
15, 30.
Are you all right, number-wise?
Yeah. I mean, if you get one that's 400 or
Let's
something.
go
like
with
that.
Greg. Let's go with Greg Township.
Okay.
Okay, that's 445 votes.
That's number 53 if you need that.
That would be helpful. 53.
That puts us at 1984.
So Greg. Okay, so Bellefonte West, College South, Ferguson North, 1, Craig Township, Rush Township. Any place else we need to?
The one that was number 32, did we ever get that one, the West State College West 2?
I think that was under, yes, that's going to be counted.
Okay.
And there were 3 specifically, I believe, that we wanted to
Yeah,
check for, we weren't able to get a match.
Yeah, that one of those was 32.
Yeah, 32.
40s.
7, I think.
College South, I think, was one of them.
Yeah, the ones you have access to. I think,
You're gonna look at that right up there.
Ferguson North 1, College South, and State College West.
And State College West 2 is what number?
That's a,
Yeah, that would be 32, 47, and what was the college township one? You pulled out 41,
College South.
41 or 42.
I think that's 42.
42, okay, great.
I think that's another one that that
Yeah.
several of us couldn't quite.
Which Penn Valley when we were doing with the Jaggers?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah, we'll review the count on that.
It's 55, 75. And what number is Bellefonte? Is that
Southwest, that's 5.
is it 5? Okay. And is there one more?
Rush West.
We're just doing 6 then, 6 precincts?
I do as many as you want.
Maybe, let's see, there is another school district in Taylor. Isn't Taylor in the
Tyrone.
Yeah.
Tyrone? Why don't we do that?
195.
Yeah, that'll put us over 2,000. So I know it's the lesser of, but let's just get over that.
What precinct number is that?
85. Right. No, wait, I'm sorry.
No.
Taylor is 81.
Yeah.
Okay, it's right on top.
But Keystone, don't we have a Keystone then?
It's not on the ballot this time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
All right, Penns Valley.
See, that's where they were.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Were you able to reproduce, or are you having it reproduced? The non-scannable ones that were scanned 450 didn't work, DS200s didn't work, you still have a stack to do, right?
Yes, they're in the red bin back here.
Okay, great.
That
Okay.
need to be, would you like those sealed?
Yeah, makes sense, yeah, makes sense,
Okay.
yeah.
And then the totes of the voted ballots that went through the DS200s, pull them out and seal them as well. Okay.
Do you have extra seals available?
I do have seals.
I'm all done, sir. You guys
Okay,
need anything else before I take off?
we have the next set. I mean, if you're a glutton for punishment, we can give you the next set to at least get to Nick, and we can do the PDFs tomorrow.
Which PDFs?
The full one and the precinct one breakdowns.
I'll just do it all one time.
You want to do it, just want to knock it out?
Yeah.
I think that would be appreciated. I would say, yeah.
That's good. You guys want me to do it? I'll
Thank
do
you,
it.
thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm here.
Thank you, thank you.
I think the quicker we push
No
out.
problem. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I would agree. I agree.
Now, how many votes do we have, how many ballots do we have hanging out there in limbo land?
I put it as, so you did 417 total. That's how many that you just ran through successfully. There's probably about 80 or 90 that still need to be recreated. Yep.
So we have to create those 80 or 90 ballots, or do you think we can get them to run?
They already scanned them.
Yeah, we already attempted in every orientation to do it. Now, the ballots that have not run through successfully through the DS-200, it could be that the ballot was folded.
Timing mark or something.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
We might
it's
have to reproduce those.
correct,
Worst case scenario.
correct.
Okay. So we have 80 or 90 that we still are, they're functionally inoperable through the machine. Okay, and everything else is done.
Except provisional.
Right. But
Correct.
and how many provisionals do we have? 75?
No, we have 55 or 60. I did a rough count the other day. And I could be off, but I counted about 55. And then we had to look for 2 that there was 5 between the accumulation. So it should be about 60.
So we have 60 provisionals, and then the remainder, less than 100 of the non-functional through the DS-200. And that's all we have left to do. We've done the military, we've done the overseas, we've done the
Military does have until Tuesday to get here.
Right,
But yeah, but
Anything we have up
there's-
until when we did this, yeah.
there's only five, but there's only five.
So far, we only sent 10, I think.
Yeah, there's only 5 out.
So assuming that we do not receive any other overseas ballots, is there any other ballots that I'm just for the record, that we need to cover?
There weren't any, I know, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was just saying, the ones that were received after the deadline. I mean, they've been
Oh, no,
marked,
yeah,
but do you guys
Yeah,
want to do
they can't-
anything? or-
we can't
Right.
process.
You can just, I would say, we could say just cancel them. As you're
Yes.
getting them, you can cancel them.
Anything that was received after 8 PM on election day, we cannot, we just
I
can't.
didn't know if you wanted to look at, if you needed the numbers on those or.
Well, I would,
No, I was just.
I think if you can get them, while we're doing the sum total tomorrow, if we can round up everything and record it, how many we received after the ballot deadline.
Yeah, if you could keep track of it, and then on Tuesday.
I mean, fortunately, there's not a lot.
No, but still, we want to know how many accumulate. Yep. So that would put it at about upwards of 165 that are still out there, so.
The ones that we haven't.
Correct.
We have
Yes.
to receive the additional
Yes.
overseas and military. Are there,
Yeah.
so everything will be locked, sealed, and maintained until we reconvene tomorrow.
That sounds good.
Okay, before we adjourn, I would like, Tish, if you come over here, go through this list and make sure that we did not forget any. I think these are all accounted for. And the 10% counts have stars, have asterisks on the precinct and on the, pulled out.
Right.
I will give you all of these for you to.
Just a question for tomorrow. Do you want a separate one so we don't have to like,
It's up to you. It's up to you.
my personal opinion is it'd be easier
Yeah,
if
once
they were on that.
once you pull them out, so we can.
Need a stack and something you can.
What was the sum total of the 2 percenters? Was it over 2,000?
Yes, it's gonna finalize at Tyrone one.
Taylor Township.
Yeah, 194 for 1984, how much
Taylor would have been. You're 195.
The emphasis at 2,170. So that's good. That's just saying.
If we need to add more, we'll add more.
That's safe.
We know where they live.
Yeah. Need to name that? Yeah.
I just want to go through
Yeah,
this,
no,
make sure we're.
Yeah.
I put the numbers on the back there.
I know, that's
We
awesome.
said that. I have to wonder what they are.
No, yeah.
Are you leaving these out or do you want these to put them back in
Yeah,
there?
yeah. You want to, well, actually put this box in here for me if you're sort of upright.
I'm going to seal these up. I don't know if you wanted the numbers announced.
Yes.
Okay. The first two boxes that we have are the ballots that would not go through the DS 400 at the vote by mail, did successfully scan through the DS 200. The first seal number is 3040.
3040.
Correct. Then the seal number on the second box that was successfully scanned through the DS 200 is 3039.
3039.
And then the red box on the end are ballots that did not read through the 400 scanner and did not successfully go through the DS 200. So this is the box that will need to be remade, recreated. And that seal number is 3038.
So you want to show that one to the camera? That was
Yeah, I don't really know.
303.
Now, for the audience, for the record.
Yeah.
Graded ballots. How will they be tabulated?
Yeah, accumulated and tabulated and all that.
Okay.
You can speak to that for a second.
Sure, no, not a
Would
problem.
you mind? Sorry, just because the camera isn't as. Yeah.
I come
that-
over
that'll
here?
catch it.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, super.
With the write-ins, what we have to do is compare to the results where there would be eligible write-in candidates. And then we would have to determine if they've met the minimum requirement, which is 10 names in the same variation from the same party. Once that happens and we deem that they're the highest vote getter, we will then mail them a letter telling them that they won this party's nomination for said position. Do they wish to accept or decline? And then they have, a certain amount of time to respond to that before they declare the party's nomination. Now, with 88 different precincts and all the different positions where there are no candidates, we have to look at them individually for every single position in every single precinct. So it is rather a tedious, process to go through. So that's
Now,
pretty much what we do.
let's cover the other base, which is if you don't have 10 like printed names, then they've got to be collated and go before a judge for adjudication of their.
Correct. So we do not notify the candidates that, hey, you don't have enough in this variation, but if you petition the courts, you can. If a candidate would call in and be like, I ran a write-in vote, or I ran a write-in campaign, and I see I don't have enough in one variation, what do I do? Or how many did I get to do it? Then we can look at that once I've already gone through the initial process to deem where there are legitimate write-in winners. We'll find out if they have enough in the cumulative variations. We'll give them a copy of all the different variations of their names that were submitted, and then they would have to petition the courts to have the judge accumulate those names and say that yes,
Adjudication.
yes, that all of these are indeed the same person.
Let's pick on a borough council race. That requires 10, correct?
That is correct.
If I were District Attorney Cantorna, I would need 100. Is that correct? 250, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Or to be a write-in winner, you have to receive the minimum number of write-ins
Right.
that an individual circulating a petition would need to get. Now, if there are multiple people on the ballot and you're doing a write-in campaign, maybe it's a vote for 3, there are only 2 candidates on the ballot. If multiple people are doing a write-in for this vacant seat, you have to get the minimum of 10 and be among the top vote getters.
Right. Oh, okay. And you have to also, again, you have to have those names either relatively close or absolutely close, and then the judge will have to collate all the names.
That would
to
be correct.
create that minimum number.
Correct.
Okay. Well, just for the record.
And we should note, there are over 500, 600 positions on the ballot this year. Different
Throughout the
positions.
county, yes.
Because we have at least 4 positions for every precinct, constable, auditor, so they're
Tax collectors, supervisors.
judge of elections. So that just basically means you're gonna have 500 races that each one has to be get through the write-ins. And even if there's 8, you still have to look at the 8, just to take a look at them to make sure that they've been uploaded to the system or however that happens.
Correct. If the results tape says there's 8 for township supervisor, I'm looking at that, yes, here are 8 write-ins for township supervisor.
Now, my last question is, if somebody were to tune in tomorrow, they would see us count the uncountable ballots today.
Unscannable.
Unscannable, that's what unscannable ballots. So they will end up either being reproduced or being marked to be
correct.
scanned. Then we'll have, what other votes are left after tomorrow? Let's be absolutely clear. We have those.
And then you'll have the provisional ballots that
tomorrow.
and then that will be it ballot-wise for tomorrow, unless you're going to do the military, like if militaries come in tomorrow, you would have the choice if you want to do that.
Tomorrow, we'll count them tomorrow and
Okay.
everything else.
So potentially military and
Yeah.
that's it.
But as of this moment, we have counted every ballot we can count, save the provisionals and the unscannable.
That is correct.
And any military and overseas that are still in the mail.
Right, but we don't have.
Which is
those
only
in
5
hand.
at most.
Yeah, we don't have those in hand. So we've counted everything we can.
We've counted, scanned everything that we possibly can.
tomorrow will be official.
Correct.
Just to go over it for the 15th.
So these didn't get run through yet.
Yes.
So,
Sorry, go
no,
ahead.
they're laying on the thing about selling it. So we need to open one of these and re-give the thing so they're not laying
So
out.
you've got, if you have an empty tooth, the gray tooth there,
Uh-huh.
why don't you just pop it in there? Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
You can read off the number and, just so you don't have to cut. it.
Just
Which
the- These
valve
were the
are
ones
they?
that were okay that had marks on them.
Yeah, the issue valve.
Yeah. Oh.
So would you mind bringing them just so the camera can see everything? And then Toad, would you mind, Drew, sorry, just rolling it over this way? Thank you. And then if you want to remove the tape as well, there, no, just so we. Super. We should note as well for the precinct, or I'm sorry, the provisional ballots, our staff has been able to scan in the Shore system, everybody who voted on election day. So what Tish is able to do is verify their provisional ballot was not, they didn't also vote on election. So it's a big feat. They've been scanning them, thinking they're barcoding into their system that day, yesterday and today, so.
So Tisha, do you want to say again what these ballots?
The ballots that were put in here are the ballots that the board agreed could be scanned, but had marks on the secrecy envelope, and they didn't get read through today.
Yeah, they were flagged at the mail-in ballot counting station. But these are now been okayed for tabulation.
And then the seal number for this box is 5841.
584.
I want to thank everybody for staying late. I know it was an arduous task today, but I think it's important we get this as much done today, and tomorrow we can clean it up and get ready for Tuesday when we can put it all finally together.
And I know, I think we might have one person left on the Zoom, but I appreciate everybody on the Zoom call staying with us. There are questions in the chat that we did not get to, and so we can try to get to them if they, answer those in future election board meetings.
Yeah,
that'd be absolutely good to do so.
Yeah, the process of today was arduous, but
Yeah, absolutely. I extend my thanks as well. Thank you, Drew. Thank you.
indeed.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Drew. Okay. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second motion.
Right. Moved and seconded. Any other discussions before we adjourn? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we stand adjourned.
I will stop the recording.
Okay, Margaret, 1 second, Margaret, if you could, before you do that. Sorry. Can you download the chat?
Yeah.
There's an option on the chat.
So we're still recording, Mike?
Yep.
Jill did download the chat through 5:30, I believe.
Okay, well, I just downloaded it here as well. So we got, okay, we're good.
Okay.
Thanks, Margaret.
Yep.
We'll be out in a bit.